Picture this. 15,000 years ago, as glaciers still locked much of the world in ice, small bands of incredibly brave humans took their first steps into a completely unknown world. They crossed frozen lands that no longer exist, following herds of giant beasts through landscapes we can barely imagine, carrying nothing but stone tools and an unshakable determination to survive. Before we begin this incredible journey together, please like this video and subscribe to our channel for more complete historical adventures. Also, let us know in the comments where you're from and what time you're watching. We love connecting with fellow explorers who choose to discover amazing stories while they rest. Tonight, you're going to witness something extraordinary. How these small groups of Ice Age pioneers became the builders of magnificent cities, the creators of democratic governments, and the architects of civilizations so advanced they sustained millions of people for thousands of years. You'll walk through pyramid cities that rivaled anything in Egypt, meet brilliant leaders who formed governments that amazed European visitors, and discover peoples who lived in such harmony with nature that their way of life lasted longer than any civilization in human history. This is their complete story, told in full. The most remarkable tale of human achievement you've never heard. Imagine stepping outside your door and finding a world completely covered in ice. Not just snow that melts in spring, but ice sheets 2 miles thick, stretching as far as your eyes can see. This was Earth 20,000 years ago, locked in the grip of the last great ice age. Most of North America lay buried beneath glaciers so massive they pressed the very land down with their weight. But between Asia and North America, something remarkable was happening. So much of the world's water was trapped in ice that ocean levels dropped by hundreds of feet, exposing a land bridge nearly 1,000 miles wide. The native peoples called this vanished land Beringia, and it was unlike anywhere on Earth today, a vast, windswept plain where mammoths grazed alongside herds of ancient horses, giant bison, and creatures that seem mythical to us now. Into this harsh but abundant world came the first Americans. They weren't explorers in the sense we might imagine. They had no maps, no knowledge of what lay ahead, no idea they were crossing into an entirely new continent. They were simply following the animals they hunted, moving with the seasons as their ancestors had done for countless generations. These were the mammoth hunters, carrying spears tipped with razor-sharp stone points, wrapped in furs from beasts we know only as fossils. The journey wasn't quick or easy. Families moved slowly across Beringia's endless grasslands, following game trails and seeking shelter from fierce Arctic winds. Children were born on this land bridge, grew to adulthood, had children of their own, and died without ever knowing they were pioneers in humanity's greatest migration. For thousands of years, generation after generation crossed this frozen highway between worlds. Archaeological sites like Bluefish Caves in northern Canada whisper to us across the millennia, their ancient hearths and bone tools telling stories of incredible endurance. At Broken Mammoth in Alaska, researchers have uncovered campsites over 11,000 years old, where families gathered around fires, crafted tools and told stories under northern lights that danced exactly as they do today. But these weren't the only routes into the New World. Along the Pacific coast, other groups navigated treacherous waters in skin boats, following a kelp highway of rich marine resources. They island-hopped down the coast, their descendants eventually reaching South America's tip thousands of miles away. Meanwhile, inland corridors opened as ice sheets retreated, creating pathways through the mountains for those brave enough to venture into unknown territories. What's truly astounding is how quickly they spread. Within just a few thousand years, human footprints could be found from Alaska to Chile, from Atlantic shores to Pacific beaches. These weren't random wanderings. They were purposeful movements of people adapting to every environment this vast hemisphere offered. Some followed rivers inland, establishing camps along waterways teeming with fish. Others moved into grasslands where massive herds provided everything from food to clothing to shelter. As the great ice sheets began their slow retreat around 13,000 years ago, the descendants of those first bridge crossers found themselves in a world of unimaginable abundance. Picture vast grasslands where herds of giant bison stretched to the horizon, forests where mastodons crashed through undergrowth, and wetlands where enormous ground sloths moved like living boulders. This was the world of the Clovis people, and they were about to become the most successful big-game hunters in human history. The Clovis point, that elegantly fluted spear tip found from coast to coast, represents a revolution in hunting technology. These weren't crude stone chips, but precision-engineered weapons requiring extraordinary skill to create. Each point was carefully flaked to achieve perfect balance and deadly sharpness, then hafted to wooden shafts with sinew and plant-based adhesives. When archaeologists first discovered these points buried alongside mammoth bones, they realized they were looking at evidence of humans who could take down the largest land animals on Earth. But Clovis people were more than mammoth hunters. They were master toolmakers who understood stone like we understand computers. They knew exactly which rocks would produce the sharpest edges, travelling hundreds of miles to quarry the finest materials. They crafted not just spear points, but knives, scrapers, awls, and countless other tools needed for life in this challenging new world. Every tool was made with such skill that examples found today, after lying buried for over 12,000 years, still hold edges sharp enough to shave with. Their success was so complete that within just a few centuries, Clovis-style points appeared across the entire continent. This wasn't conquest in any military sense. It was the rapid spread of superior technology and technique. Groups adopted Clovis methods because they worked better than anything that had come before. Imagine news of this revolutionary hunting technology spreading along ancient trade routes, carried by travellers who had witnessed what these new weapons could achieve. Then, around 12,000 years ago, everything changed. The megafauna that had dominated the landscape for millions of years began disappearing. Mammoths, mastodons, giant ground sloths, saber-toothed cats, dire wolves. Within a few centuries they were gone. The causes remained debated, but the reality was clear. The big-game hunting way of life was ending. Rather than disappear themselves, these remarkable people adapted with stunning speed. The Folsom culture emerged, focusing their refined hunting skills on the giant bison that still roamed the plains. Folsom points are even more sophisticated than Clovis. Thinner, lighter, more precisely crafted. These hunters developed techniques for driving entire herds over cliffs or into box canyons, processing massive amounts of meat that could feed communities for months. Meanwhile, far to the south in Chile, the Monteverde site reveals a completely different way of life. Here, along a creek in a cool, wet forest, people built long wooden structures covered with animal hides. They gathered wild potatoes, collected medicinal plants, and even used seaweed brought from the distant coast. This wasn't a temporary camp, but a planned settlement showing that some groups were already developing more sedentary lifestyles. What's remarkable about this period is how quickly people learned to live in every possible environment. Desert dwellers developed techniques for finding water and processing tough desert plants. Forest peoples became experts at navigating dense woodlands and hunting smaller, more elusive game. Coastal groups mastered maritime resources, harvesting everything from salmon runs to shellfish beds. Around 8,000 years ago, as the last ice age finally loosened its grip, North America transformed into something resembling the continent we know today. Massive ice sheets retreated northward, revealing landscapes that had been hidden for millennia. Sea levels rose, drowning the Beringia land bridge forever and creating the coastlines, river systems and inland seas that would shape human life for thousands of years to come. This warming world offered unprecedented opportunities. Where once sparse tundra had supported only hardy grasses, now vast forests of oak, maple and pine spread across the landscape. Prairie grasslands expanded into perfect habitat for smaller but still abundant game. Rivers and lakes teemed with fish, while wetlands provided everything from wild rice to waterfowl. For the first time since humans had arrived in the Americas, the living was relatively easy. The people of this archaic period weren't content to simply take advantage of nature's bounty. They actively improved upon it. The atlatl, or spear thrower, revolutionized hunting in ways that seem almost magical today. This simple wooden device effectively doubled the length of a hunter's arm, allowing spears to be thrown with tremendous force and accuracy. Suddenly hunters could bring down large game from safe distances, making hunting both more efficient and less dangerous. But the real innovation was in how people organized their lives around the natural world's rhythms. They developed what archaeologists call the seasonal round. Sophisticated yearly schedules that moved communities to exactly the right places at exactly the right times. Spring might find a group at riverside camps where fish runs provided easy protein. Summer could see them in highland areas gathering nuts and berries. Fall might bring them to marshlands where migrating waterfowl could be hunted, while winter often meant moving to sheltered valley locations where stored foods and winter hunting sustained the community. This lifestyle required encyclopedic knowledge of the natural world. People learned to read weather patterns, predict animal behavior, and identify hundreds of useful plants. They knew which berries ripened when, where to find medicinal herbs, and how to process toxic plants to make them edible. This wasn't primitive living. It was sophisticated environmental management that supported growing populations for thousands of years. The first experiments with plant domestication began during this period, though not in ways we might expect. Rather than farming as we know it, people began encouraging useful wild plants. They transplanted gourd vines to convenient locations, scattered sunflower seeds along travel routes, and protected patches of wild tobacco. Squash cultivation began in Mexico and gradually spread northward, bringing with it the revolutionary idea that humans could actually improve upon nature. Trade networks expanded dramatically during the Archaic period. Obsidian from Yellowstone found its way to sites thousands of miles away. Marine shells from Gulf and Pacific coasts appeared in landlocked regions, while copper from the Great Lakes was worked into tools and ornaments throughout the eastern woodlands. These weren't random exchanges, but systematic trading relationships that connected distant communities across the continent. Social complexity grew alongside these trade networks. Evidence of status differences appears in burial sites, where some individuals were interred with elaborate grave goods while others received simpler treatment. Specialized craftspeople emerged, master flint knappers whose stone tools were prized across wide regions, skilled basket makers whose techniques were copied by distant groups, and probably ritual specialists who maintained spiritual traditions as communities grew larger and more complex. The spiritual life of archaic peoples left marks we can still see today. Sacred sites were established at prominent landscape features, unusual rock formations, springs, caves, and mountain peaks. Rock art traditions began in many regions with pecked and painted images that seemed to record spiritual visions, astronomical observations, or important historical events. Burial practices became more elaborate, suggesting increasingly complex beliefs about death, the afterlife, and the proper treatment of ancestors. Perhaps most importantly, these thousands of years of Archaic period life established the foundation for everything that followed. The intimate environmental knowledge, the trade networks, the social organization, the spiritual traditions, all would prove crucial as populations continued to grow and communities became even more complex. People had learned not just to survive in the Americas, but to thrive in ways that would sustain their descendants for millennia to come. By the end of the Archaic period, around 3,000 years ago, North America was home to millions of people living in hundreds of distinct cultures, each perfectly adapted to their particular environment, yet connected to distant neighbors through trade, intermarriage, and shared traditions. The stage was set for the next great transformation, the rise of the first true cities and the civilizations that would astonish later European visitors with their sophistication and achievements. Around 3,000 years ago, something extraordinary happened that would transform life across North America forever. In what seemed like a flash of human genius, people discovered how to shape clay into vessels that could hold water, store food, and cook meals in ways never before possible. This pottery revolution marked the beginning of what archaeologists call the Woodland period. But it was so much more than just new cooking technology. It was the foundation for an entirely new way of life. 1000 BCE, 1000 CE Revolution. The first pottery appeared almost simultaneously across vast areas of eastern North America, suggesting this wasn't a single invention, but a revolutionary idea whose time had come. These early vessels were simple but ingenious, fibre-tempered clay pots that could be placed directly over fires without cracking. Suddenly, people could boil water reliably, make stews from previously inedible plants, and store surplus food for lean times. The implications were staggering. With better food storage and preparation, communities could grow larger and stay in one place longer. Three Sisters agriculture, but pottery was just the beginning. From the south came knowledge of three plants that would revolutionize life across the continent: corn, beans, and squash. Native peoples called them the Three Sisters, and they discovered something that modern nutritionists would later confirm. Together, these plants provide complete protein and most vitamins humans need to thrive. Corn provided carbohydrates and calories, beans fixed nitrogen in the soil while supplying essential amino acids, and squash offered vitamins while its broad leaves shaded the soil and retained moisture. The Three Sisters weren't just planted together, they were grown together in an agricultural system so sophisticated it's still used today. Corn stalks provided natural poles for bean vines to climb, while the beans returned nitrogen to the soil that hungry corn plants depleted. Squash plants spread between the rows, their prickly stems deterring pests while their leaves created living mulch. This wasn't farming as Europeans would later understand it, but something far more elegant, a partnership with plants that improved both the crop and the land. Village life development. With reliable food sources, people began building the first truly permanent settlements. Villages started small, maybe a few families living in sturdy pit houses dug partially underground for insulation. These weren't crude shelters but engineered dwellings with stone-lined hearths, storage pits for surplus food, and carefully planned drainage systems. Around these houses grew the infrastructure of settled life: communal areas for ceremonies and meetings, specialized work areas for tool-making and food processing, and storage facilities that could hold enough corn and other provisions to last through winter and into the next growing season. Adena culture beginnings. In the fertile Ohio River Valley, village life was taking on dimensions that would have amazed earlier peoples. The Adena culture emerged around 800 BCE, and with it came North America's first monumental architecture. These weren't the massive cities that would come later, but they represented something unprecedented. Communities wealthy and organized enough to invest enormous labor in projects that served the entire society. Adena burial mounds rose from valley floors like artificial hills, some reaching heights of nearly 70 feet. But these weren't simple piles of dirt. Archaeological excavations reveal complex internal structures, elaborate burial chambers, and evidence of social stratification that would have been impossible in earlier, more egalitarian societies. Some individuals were buried with incredible wealth: copper bracelets and gorgets, pearl-covered clothing, elaborate tobacco pipes, and tools made from exotic materials gathered from across the continent. Trade expansion. The Adena mounds tell us something remarkable about woodland period life. Trade networks had expanded to continental scales. Great Lakes copper appeared in burial sites hundreds of miles from any known source. Gulf Coast shells were worked into intricate ornaments by craftspeople who had never seen the ocean. Obsidian from Yellowstone's volcanic deposits somehow made its way to workshops in Ohio, where it was crafted into ceremonial blades of breathtaking beauty. These weren't random exchanges, but systematic trading relationships that connected communities across thousands of miles. Traders followed rivers and ancient trails, carrying not just goods, but ideas, technologies, and probably marriage partners between distant groups. The copper-working techniques developed around Lake Superior spread throughout the eastern woodlands. Pottery styles that emerged in one region appeared with local variations hundreds of miles away. Artistic achievements. The wealth flowing through these trade networks supported artistic traditions of incredible sophistication. Woodland period pottery wasn't just functional. It was beautiful, decorated with intricate geometric designs, stylized animals, and patterns that held deep cultural meanings. Carved stone pipes became works of art, featuring detailed animal effigies so realistic they seem ready to spring to life. Textile weaving reached new heights. with fragments of incredibly fine fabric surviving in favourable conditions to show us the skill of ancient weavers. Clan system development. As communities grew larger and more complex, new forms of social organisation emerged. Clan systems developed to manage relationships within and between groups, creating kinship networks that stretched across vast territories. These weren't just family relationships, but sophisticated systems that regulated everything from marriage rules to territorial rights to trade relationships. Clans often took animal names: wolf, bear, turtle, eagle, and clan membership determined where you could live, whom you could marry, and what role you might play in community ceremonies. While woodland peoples in the Ohio River Valley were building their first mounds and establishing trade networks, communities across North America were developing their own unique adaptations to local environments. Rather than a single way of life spreading everywhere, this period saw an explosion of regional diversity as different groups found different solutions to the challenges and opportunities their particular landscapes offered. Eastern woodlands. In the dense forests stretching from the Great Lakes to the Atlantic coast, people were developing one of the most successful architectural innovations in human history: the longhouse. These weren't simple shelters but carefully engineered communal dwellings that could house entire extended families under one roof. Built from bent saplings covered with sheets of elm bark, a typical longhouse might stretch 100 feet long while remaining only about 20 feet wide. The genius of longhouse design went far beyond architecture. These structures reflected and reinforced social organization based on matrilineal clans, where children belonged to their mother's family and inheritance passed through the female line. Each longhouse was home to several related families, with the eldest woman serving as the house mother who made major decisions about daily life. Council governance emerged from these domestic arrangements, with decisions made through discussion and consensus rather than autocratic rule. Great Plains adaptation. On the vast grasslands stretching from Canada to Texas, people were mastering a completely different way of life. The Great Plains seemed empty to later European travellers, but indigenous peoples had developed sophisticated strategies for thriving in this challenging environment. These plains peoples developed portable technology that allowed them to move efficiently across vast territories following seasonal patterns. Their seasonal camps were strategically located near water sources and winter shelter, while their summer movements followed the great herds across seemingly endless grasslands. Everything they made, from clothing to shelter to tools, had to be portable, leading to innovations in lightweight, multi-purpose design that wouldn't be matched until modern backpacking equipment. Southwest beginnings. In the deserts and canyons of the Southwest, people were laying the foundation for what would become some of North America's most impressive architectural achievements. The basket maker culture represented the early stages of ancestral Puebloan civilization, and their innovations in desert living were nothing short of remarkable. They developed pit-house villages that provided cool shelter in summer and warm protection in winter, using the Earth's natural insulation to create comfortable living spaces in one of the continent's most challenging environments. Corn cultivation in the Southwest required techniques unknown in wetter climates. Farmers developed sophisticated water management systems, building check dams and irrigation channels to capture and direct precious rainfall. They learned to read subtle environmental signs, which slopes would catch morning dew, where flash floods might deposit fertile soil, how to predict the timing of seasonal rains. Their basket-making traditions reached artistic heights, with containers so tightly woven they could hold water and vessels so beautiful they were clearly made for ceremonial, rather than purely utilitarian purposes. Pacific Coast abundance. Along the Pacific Coast, people were proving that agriculture wasn't necessary for complex civilization. The incredible abundance of marine resources, salmon runs so thick you could supposedly walk across rivers on the fish, shellfish beds that seemed inexhaustible, and rich forests full of game, supported some of the most sophisticated non-agricultural societies in human history. Cedar technology became the foundation of Pacific coast life. These massive trees provided material for everything from giant ocean-going canoes to plank houses that could shelter dozens of families. Cedar bark was woven into clothing, baskets, and rope. Cedarwood was carved into totem poles, houseposts, and ceremonial regalia. The forests themselves were managed like gardens, with controlled burning and selective harvesting that maintained their productivity for thousands of years. Arctic mastery. In the far north, the Dorset culture was achieving something that seems almost superhuman. Thriving in conditions that challenge modern technology, Dorset peoples perfected Ice Age survival techniques, building snow houses, igloos, with engineering principles that created warm, comfortable shelters even in temperatures far below zero. Their kayaks were marvels of design, lightweight, maneuverable, and seaworthy enough for hunting in dangerous Arctic waters. Seal hunting required not just courage, but incredible knowledge of animal behavior, weather patterns, and sea ice conditions. Dorset hunters could read ice formations like books, knowing exactly where seals would surface to breathe and when ice conditions would be safe for travel. Their harpoon technology was so sophisticated that Inuit peoples still use similar designs today, thousands of years after Dorset innovations. Southeast complexity. In the warm, fertile southeast, people were building the foundation for what would become North America's most complex chiefdom societies. Shell mounds along rivers and coasts grew into permanent settlements, with some reaching massive proportions that spoke of large, organized communities. These weren't just garbage heaps, but carefully planned structures that served as foundations for houses, ceremonial areas, and community centers. Early ceremonial centers began appearing. Circular arrangements of posts that tracked astronomical movements, shell-paved plazas where communities gathered for important rituals, and elaborate burial sites that showed increasing social complexity. The seeds of later Mississippian civilization were being planted as communities grew larger, trade networks expanded, and social stratification became more pronounced. But these scattered villages and seasonal camps were just the beginning. Ahead lay the rise of cities that would dwarf anything in medieval Europe, with pyramids rivaling Egypt's and trade networks spanning continents. 1000 BCE, 500 CE Golden Age. From the fertile river valleys of Ohio came something that would have seemed impossible just centuries before. A cultural explosion so magnificent that its influence spread across half the continent. The Hopewell phenomenon wasn't the rise of a single tribe or nation, but rather the flowering of ideas, artistry, and engineering that connected communities from the Rocky Mountains to the Atlantic coast in ways that wouldn't be seen again for over 1,000 years. Massive earthworks. Walking through the Ohio countryside today, you might notice gentle hills that seem just a little too perfectly shaped, or ridges that curve in suspiciously geometric patterns. These aren't natural features, but the remains of earthworks so massive they dwarf most ancient monuments anywhere in the world. The Newark earthworks alone covered nearly 4 square miles with geometric enclosures, perfectly circular formations, and connecting pathways that reveal mathematical precision that wouldn't look out of place in a modern surveyor's handbook. But these weren't just impressive construction projects. They were sophisticated astronomical instruments built into the landscape itself. The Hopewell engineers who designed these earthworks understood celestial movements with stunning accuracy. Certain openings in the geometric enclosures frame the moonrise at its most northern and southern extremes during the 18.6-year lunar cycle. Other alignments mark solstices, equinoxes, and the rising points of important stars. Continental trade networks. The earthworks were gathering places for something unprecedented in human history. Trade networks that spanned an entire continent. Obsidian from Yellowstone's volcanic eruptions somehow found its way over 2,000 miles to Ohio workshops, where master craftsmen shaped it into ceremonial blades of impossible thinness. Grizzly bear teeth from the Rocky Mountains were carved into ornaments worn by people who had never seen a mountain. Shells from Gulf Coast waters were transformed into delicate cups and ornaments in villages hundreds of miles from the nearest ocean. The scale of these trade relationships defies easy explanation. We're not talking about occasional exotic items acquired through random contact, but systematic exchange networks that moved tons of materials across vast distances. Copper from Lake Superior's native deposits flowed south in unprecedented quantities. Marine pearls from Gulf Coast rivers were so prized that thousands have been found in single burial sites. Even mica from North Carolina's mountains sheets of the glittering mineral large enough to cut into elaborate silhouettes, regularly appeared in Ohio ceremonial centers. Artistic mastery. The wealth flowing through these trade networks supported artistic traditions that rank among humanity's greatest achievements. Hopewell platform pipes weren't just smoking implements, but masterpieces of sculpture, featuring animals carved with such lifelike detail that species can be identified from archaeological fragments. Bears, birds, frogs, and other creatures seem frozen in motion, their form so perfect that modern wildlife biologists use them to understand ancient ecosystems. Copperworking reached levels of sophistication that wouldn't be equaled in North America for over a millennium. Artisans hammered raw copper into breastplates decorated with intricate repoussé designs, created headdresses that gleam like gold in firelight, and fashioned ear ornaments so delicate they seem like jewellery from a royal court. They understood annealing, repeatedly heating and cooling metal to keep it workable, and used techniques for joining pieces that required both chemical knowledge and incredible skill. Social stratification. The elaborate burial sites that preserve these artistic treasures tell us that Hopewell society had developed social complexity unknown in earlier periods. Some individuals were interred with wealth that represented the labour of hundreds of people. Thousands of copper breastplates, rooms full of exotic materials, and artistic works that clearly took master craftsmen years to complete. These weren't just wealthy people, but individuals whose status was so elevated they were buried with more exotic goods than entire communities had possessed in earlier eras. Yet this wasn't the rigid class system that would develop in later civilizations. Evidence suggests that high status could be achieved rather than just inherited, and that different types of leadership, religious, artistic, military, diplomatic, might have carried different kinds of prestige. Some burial sites contain master craftsmen interred with their tools and unfinished works, suggesting that artistic skill could elevate individuals to positions of tremendous respect. Mound City Complex. The ceremonial centers where these elaborate burials took place were marvels of engineering and planning. Mound City in Ohio contained at least 24 burial mounds within a geometric earthwork enclosure covering 13 acres. Each mound served as a tomb for specific individuals, but the complex as a whole functioned as a ceremonial landscape where thousands of people could gather for important rituals and celebrations. The famous Serpent Mound stretched over 300 feet in the sinuous curves of a giant snake, its head aligned to the summer solstice sunset. This wasn't just impressive earthwork, but sophisticated landscape art that could only be fully appreciated from elevated positions, suggesting Hopewell peoples had developed ways to view their creations from above, perhaps using tall wooden platforms or even early forms of manned flight that have left no archaeological trace. Cultural influence. What makes the Hopewell phenomenon truly remarkable is how its influence spread without conquest or coercion. From Wisconsin to Florida, from Kansas to New York, archaeologists find Hopewell-style artifacts, earthwork designs, and burial practices. But these weren't colonies or conquered territories. They were independent communities that adopted and adapted Hopewell innovations, because those innovations were simply better than anything available before. Shared symbols appeared across vast distances. The famous hand-eye motifs, distinctive cross designs, and stylized bird imagery that spoke of common beliefs and shared ceremonies. Religious practices centered around similar themes, with emphasis on death and rebirth, celestial observations, and the transformation of raw materials into sacred objects through human skill and artistic vision. Mysterious decline. Then, around 500 CE, it all began to fade. The great trade networks contracted, the massive earthwork projects ended, and the elaborate burial practices that had defined Hopewell culture gradually disappeared. The decline wasn't sudden or catastrophic, more like a slow wind down of cultural practices that had sustained themselves for over 700 years. Climate change may have played a role, with cooling temperatures and changing precipitation patterns disrupting the agricultural surplus that had supported such elaborate cultural achievements. Social changes within communities might have redirected energy toward different priorities, or perhaps the very success of Hopewell innovations led to their transformation. ideas and techniques spreading so widely that the centres of original innovation were no longer necessary. 900–1500 CE Urban Revolution. 400 years after the Hopewell phenomenon faded, something even more extraordinary was stirring in the river valleys of the southeastern United States. Where earlier peoples had built impressive ceremonial centres, the Mississippian civilization was about to create North America's first true cities, urban centres, with all the complexity, sophistication and problems that city life brings. This wasn't just a continuation of earlier traditions, but a fundamental transformation in how people lived, governed themselves, and organized their societies. Cahokia Metropolis. Rising from the fertile bottomlands where the Missouri and Mississippi rivers converge, Cahokia became something unprecedented in North American history. A genuine metropolis housing between 10 and 20,000 residents at its peak around 1100 CE. To put this in perspective, Cahokia was larger than London would be for another 200 years, larger than any city that would exist in the future United States until Philadelphia grew beyond it in the 1780s. But Cahokia wasn't just big. It was sophisticated in ways that challenge everything we thought we knew about pre-Columbian North America. The city was carefully planned, with different neighborhoods serving different functions. Elite residential areas featured large, well-built houses surrounded by courtyards and storage buildings. Craft specialist quarters housed potters, copper workers, shell carvers, and other artisans whose products were traded across half the continent. Common residential areas provided homes for the farmers, laborers, and service workers who kept the city functioning. Monk's Mound construction. At Cahokia's heart rose Monk's Mound, an earthen pyramid that remains the largest pre-Columbian structure north of Mexico. Built in stages over several centuries, this massive platform mound rises 100 feet above the surrounding plain and covers 14 acres at its base, larger than Egypt's Great Pyramid. But Monk's Mound wasn't just impressive for its size. It was the center of a carefully planned ceremonial and administrative complex that included smaller mounds, plazas, and buildings, arranged according to precise astronomical alignments. The construction of Monk's Mound required moving over 22 million cubic feet of earth, all carried in baskets by human labor. Recent archaeological investigations reveal that builders understood soil engineering principles, using different types of clay and sand in specific layers to prevent settling and erosion. They incorporated drainage systems to channel water away from the structure, and built retaining walls to prevent slumping, engineering techniques that kept the mound stable for over 1,000 years. Three Sisters perfection. Cahokia's emergence was made possible by agricultural innovations that transformed food production across eastern North America. Mississippian farmers didn't just grow the Three Sisters, corn, beans, and squash. They perfected their cultivation through centuries of careful selection and breeding. They developed corn varieties specifically adapted to different soil conditions and growing seasons, created beans that produced higher yields, and bred squash varieties that provided everything from food to containers to tools. The agricultural science behind Mississippian farming was sophisticated beyond anything Europeans would encounter for centuries. Farmers understood nitrogen fixing, crop rotation, companion planting, and soil management techniques that maintained productivity without depleting the land. They created raised field systems in flood-prone areas, terraced hillsides to prevent erosion, and developed storage techniques that could preserve surplus food for years. Social hierarchy. Cahokia's size and complexity required social organization unlike anything seen before in North America. Archaeological evidence reveals a society stratified into distinct classes with different lifestyles, diets, and even access to different types of goods. Elite compounds featured houses built on artificial mounds, elaborate personal ornaments, and access to exotic materials from across the continent. Commoner neighborhoods had simpler but still substantial houses, locally made goods, and diets dominated by corn, beans, and squash supplemented with fish and game. Between these extremes lived craft specialists, religious practitioners, administrators, and others whose specialized skills gave them status above common farmers but below the ruling elite. master potters whose distinctive styles can be traced across archaeological sites, copper workers who created elaborate ceremonial objects, shell carvers whose gorgets and cups were prized hundreds of miles away. These artisans formed a middle class whose skills were essential to Mississippian civilization's functioning religious system. Mississippian religion centered around what archaeologists call the Southeastern Ceremonial Complex, a shared set of beliefs, symbols, and practices that connected communities from Oklahoma to Georgia. Central themes included the relationship between this world and supernatural realms above and below, the power of elite individuals to communicate with spiritual forces, and elaborate ceremonies marking seasonal cycles and life transitions. Religious art featured distinctive motifs: the birdman figure representing supernatural flight between worlds, the hand-eye symbol suggesting spiritual vision, cross designs marking the sacred directions, and serpent imagery connecting earth and water powers. These weren't just decorative elements, but sacred symbols that carried deep meaning for believers and marked objects, places, and people as having special spiritual significance. Political organization. Governing a city the size of Cahokia required political innovations that went far beyond the consensus-based leadership of smaller communities. Mississippian societies developed true chiefdoms with hereditary leadership, administrative hierarchies, and the ability to organize large-scale projects and coordinate complex activities across vast territories. Paramount chiefs ruled from major centers like Cahokia, but maintained control over smaller towns and villages through a combination of religious authority, economic relationships, and probably military power. Tributary relationships brought exotic goods and labor to major centers while extending the reach of elite authority across hundreds of miles. Regional chiefs governed smaller territories while acknowledging the supremacy of paramount leaders at places like Cahokia. Urban infrastructure. Running a city of Cahokia's size required infrastructure that we're only beginning to understand through archaeological investigation. The city had planned neighborhoods connected by carefully maintained roads and pathways. Defensive palisades protected the central ceremonial area and elite residential districts. Water management systems channeled streams, managed drainage, and probably provided clean water for residents. Waste management, crowd control during large ceremonies, food distribution, construction project coordination, all the complex logistics of urban life had to be managed by administrators who left few direct records of their activities. Yet the archaeological evidence makes clear that Cahokia functioned successfully as a major urban center for several centuries, something that would have been impossible without sophisticated organizational systems. Cultural achievements. The wealth and specialization that city life made possible supported cultural achievements that represent high points in Native American artistic and intellectual development. Copper workshops produced elaborate repoussé plates, gorgets, and headdresses that rank among the finest metalwork created anywhere in the pre-Columbian Americas. Shell carving reached extraordinary levels of sophistication, with cups, gorgets, and ornaments decorated with intricate scenes that seemed to illustrate religious beliefs and mythological narratives. Pottery production became both an art and a science, with potters creating vessels of incredible technical excellence and artistic beauty. Textiles, most of which have long since deteriorated, probably reached similar levels of achievement based on fragments that survive in favorable conditions. Even urban planning and architecture represented cultural achievements, with Cahokia's layout demonstrating understanding of astronomical alignments, traffic flow, and ceremonial space organization that wouldn't be matched in North America for centuries. 300 CE Southwest flowering. While Mississippian civilization was transforming the Southeast into a land of cities and mounds, something equally remarkable was happening in the canyons and mesas of the American Southwest. Here, in one of North America's most challenging environments, the ancestral Puebloan people were creating a desert civilization that would produce some of the most spectacular architecture on the continent and develop technologies for thriving in arid lands that still inspire modern engineers. Chaco Canyon Great House. Deep in the high desert of northwestern New Mexico, Chaco Canyon became the center of something unprecedented in the ancient Southwest. massive stone buildings that dwarf anything built before or since by native peoples north of Mexico. Pueblo Bonito, the largest of these great houses, contained over 800 rooms and rose 4 stories high, its walls built with stone masonry so precise that sheets of paper can't be slipped between the fitted blocks. But Pueblo Bonito wasn't just big. It was sophisticated in ways that reveal planning and engineering knowledge that challenges our assumptions about ancient building techniques. The structure was designed as a single, integrated unit with rooms of different sizes serving different functions. Some were clearly residential spaces with hearths and sleeping areas. Others were storage rooms for the massive quantities of corn, beans, and squash that fed the canyon's population. Still others were ceremonial chambers, circular underground rooms called kivas where religious rituals connected communities to spiritual forces and seasonal cycles. Road system engineering. Perhaps even more impressive than the great houses themselves was the infrastructure that connected Chaco Canyon to the wider world. Ancestral Puebloan engineers built over 400 miles of roads radiating out from the canyon like spokes from a wheel hub. These weren't simple trails, but carefully engineered roadways up to 30 feet wide, built straight as arrows across terrain that would challenge modern road builders. The roads climbed canyon walls via stone stairways, crossed desert flats in perfectly straight lines, and connected Chaco to outlying communities over 60 miles away. Some roads seemed to lead to nothing but empty desert, suggesting they may have had ceremonial or astronomical significance we don't fully understand. Others clearly served as trade routes, communication networks, and pathways for the movement of people and goods that made Chaco Canyon's complex society possible. Water management. Surviving in the high desert required water management techniques that seem almost magical in their effectiveness. Ancestral Puebloan engineers developed systems for capturing, storing, and distributing every precious drop of moisture that fell in their arid homeland. Check dams built across dry creek beds captured and held flash flood waters that otherwise would have rushed away unused. Carefully designed channels directed runoff from mesa tops to agricultural terraces, where corn, beans, and squash could be grown even in areas that received less than 10 inches of rainfall per year. Reservoir systems stored water for use during dry periods, with some holding over 200,000 gallons when full. Irrigation canals, some lined with stone to prevent seepage, distributed water to field systems that stretched for miles through canyon bottoms and across mesa tops. The engineering knowledge required for these systems was profound. Understanding water flow, soil absorption rates, evaporation losses, and the complex hydrology of desert environments, where a single miscalculation could mean the difference between abundant harvests and starvation. Mesa Verde cliff dwellings. As ancestral Puebloan civilization matured, architects began experimenting with building techniques that produced some of the most dramatic structures in North America. At Mesa Verde in southwestern Colorado, builders took advantage of natural alcoves in canyon walls to create cliff dwellings that seemed to grow from the living rock itself. Cliff Palace, with its 150 rooms and 23 kivas, was built in an alcove 200 feet above the canyon floor, accessible only by narrow foot trails and hand and toe holds carved into the cliff face. These cliff dwellings weren't just spectacular to look at. They were perfectly adapted to their environment in ways that revealed deep understanding of local conditions. The alcoves provided natural protection from rain and snow, while allowing winter sun to warm interior spaces. Summer shade kept rooms cool during the hottest months. The elevated positions offered defensive advantages while providing magnificent views of the surrounding landscape. Astronomical knowledge. Ancestral Puebloan architects weren't content to simply build functional structures. They integrated sophisticated astronomical observations into their designs in ways that revealed deep knowledge of celestial cycles. At Chaco Canyon, certain buildings are aligned to capture the light of the rising or setting sun at solstices and equinoxes. Windows, doorways, and wall openings frame important celestial events, turning buildings into giant astronomical instruments. The famous Sun Temple at Mesa Verde appears to have been designed specifically for solar observations, with its walls and openings precisely positioned to track the sun's movement throughout the year. Petroglyphs and pictographs at numerous sites record observations of solar and lunar cycles, and possibly even astronomical events like supernovas. This wasn't just practical knowledge for timing agricultural activities, but sophisticated science that rivaled astronomical understanding anywhere in the world. Trade relationships. The prosperity that supported ancestral Puebloan architectural achievements came partly through trade networks that connected the Southwest to distant regions. Macaw feathers from tropical Mexico appeared in Chaco Canyon burials, indicating trading relationships that stretched over 1,000 miles south. Seashells from California and the Gulf of California were worked into ornaments and ceremonial objects by craftspeople who had never seen the ocean. Turquoise mining became a major industry, with ancestral Puebloan miners extracting the blue-green stone from deposits in New Mexico, Colorado, and Nevada. This turquoise was worked into beads, pendants, and inlays that were traded throughout the Southwest and beyond. In return came exotic materials, new technologies, and probably ideas and information that enriched ancestral Puebloan culture. Cultural achievements. The security and prosperity of ancestral Puebloan communities supported cultural achievements that rank among the highest accomplishments of Native American civilization. Pottery reached extraordinary levels of artistic and technical sophistication, with potters creating vessels of incredible thinness, decorated with geometric designs of stunning complexity and beauty. Black-on-white pottery from this period is considered among the finest ceramics ever produced in North America. Basket weaving traditions that had begun centuries earlier reached new heights of technical perfection and artistic achievement. Baskets were woven so tightly they could hold water, decorated with complex patterns that carried cultural meanings and made in specialized forms for every conceivable purpose. Textile production, while less well preserved, probably reached similar levels of excellence based on fragments that survive. Mysterious abandonment. Then, in the late 1200s, something happened that remains one of archaeology's great mysteries. Within a few decades, the great houses of Chaco Canyon were abandoned, the cliff dwellings of Mesa Verde were deserted, and most of the major ancestral Puebloan population centers were left empty. The people didn't disappear, their descendants still live in the Rio Grande Pueblos and Hopi villages of today, but they left behind one of the most impressive civilizations North America had ever seen. Climate change probably played a major role, with extended droughts making agriculture increasingly difficult in marginal areas. Violence may have increased as competition for scarce resources intensified. Social and religious changes might have led people to reject the concentrated hierarchical communities of the Great House period in favor of more dispersed egalitarian village life. Whatever the causes, the abandonment marked the end of an era and the transformation of ancestral Puebloan civilization into the historical Pueblo peoples that Spanish explorers would encounter centuries later. While the great civilizations of Cahokia and Chaco Canyon were rising in the southwest and southeast, something equally revolutionary was happening in the forests of the northeast. Among the rivers and lakes of what would become New York and the Great Lakes region, Iroquoian peoples were developing a way of life that would produce one of history's most remarkable experiments in democratic government and social organization. The Longhouse wasn't just a building, it was a blueprint for an entire society. Picture a structure that might stretch 200 feet in length but only 20 feet wide, its frame built from bent saplings and covered with sheets of elm bark that could be removed and replaced as needed. Inside, multiple families lived together in a carefully organized space where privacy and community life balanced in perfect harmony. Each family had its own living area around a central hearth, but the entire structure was home to relatives connected through the female line. This wasn't random social organization, but a sophisticated system based on matrilineal descent that gave women unprecedented power and authority. Children belonged to their mother's clan. Inheritance passed through the female line, and the eldest women in each longhouse, the clan mothers, held authority over everything from daily decisions to the selection of chiefs. When a couple married, the husband moved into his wife's longhouse, becoming part of her family's social and economic network. League formation beginnings. From these longhouse communities emerged something that would astonish European visitors centuries later. a confederacy based on democratic principles and peaceful conflict resolution. The formation of the Haudenosaunee, or League of Five Nations, began with a revolutionary idea that warfare between related peoples was not only wasteful but spiritually wrong, and that disputes could be resolved through discussion, ceremony, and mutual respect rather than violence. The peacemaker's message spread through Iroquoian communities with the power of a religious revelation. His teachings about the Great Law of Peace provided not just a peace treaty, but a complete system of government based on consensus, checks and balances, and the authority of clan mothers to select and remove leaders. Council governance emerged from longhouse decision-making traditions, scaled up to handle disputes between entire nations. Diplomatic protocols developed that were more sophisticated than anything Europeans would bring to North America. Condolence ceremonies healed grief and anger that could lead to renewed conflict. Wampum belts served as both treaty documents and mnemonic devices for remembering complex agreements. The ritual adoption of captives and refugees transformed potential enemies into full community members, breaking cycles of revenge that had plagued earlier generations. Plains village development. Far to the west, along the rivers that cut through endless grasslands, Plains peoples were developing their own innovations in architecture and community organization. Earth lodge construction represented perfect adaptation to an environment where wood was scarce but earth was abundant. These weren't crude dugouts, but sophisticated dwellings that could house extended families in comfort throughout the harsh plains winters. An earth lodge began with a framework of heavy wooden posts and beams, usually cottonwood cut from riverbank groves that provided the only substantial timber on the Great Plains. Over this frame went layers of willow branches, prairie grass, and finally thick sods cut from the rich grassland soil. The finished structure was nearly invisible from a distance, blending into the landscape like a grass-covered hill, but inside provided spacious, well-insulated living areas that stayed cool in summer and warm in winter. These villages weren't just collections of individual houses but carefully planned communities that balanced riverine agriculture with the seasonal hunting of the great bison herds that darkened the grasslands. Gardens near the villages produced corn, beans, squash and sunflowers, while hunting expeditions ranged far onto the plains where communal bison drives could provide meat, hides, and other materials that sustained entire communities for months. Spiro Mound civilization. Along the Arkansas River in what is now Oklahoma, the Spiro Mound civilization was creating some of North America's most spectacular art, while serving as a crucial link between the great trading networks of the continent. Spiro's location at the intersection of plains, southeast and southwest cultural regions made it a natural center for the exchange of goods, ideas, and artistic traditions from across half the continent. The artistic achievements preserved in Spiro's burial mounds reveal a civilization of extraordinary sophistication and wealth. Shell gorgets engraved with intricate scenes seem to illustrate complex mythological narratives involving supernatural beings, heroic figures, and cosmic struggles between the forces of order and chaos. Copper plates worked in repoussé technique feature Birdman figures that appear to be flying between different worlds, their elaborate costumes and regalia showing influences from across the continent. The trade relationships that made such artistic achievements possible connected Spiro to networks reaching from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico, from the Rocky Mountains to the Atlantic coast. Marine shells from distant oceans were carved into cups, gorgets, and beads. Copper from Lake Superior was worked into elaborate ornaments and ceremonial objects. Even more exotic materials, obsidian from Yellowstone, turquoise from the southwest, mica from the Appalachians, found their way to Spiro workshops where master craftsmen transformed them into objects of incredible beauty and spiritual power. Moundville Chiefdom. In the rich river valleys of Alabama, Moundville was emerging as one of the Southeast's most important political and ceremonial centers. This wasn't just a large town, but the capital of a ranked society that controlled territory and tributary communities across a vast region. The site's 26 pyramid mounds arranged around a central plaza created a ceremonial landscape where thousands of people could gather for important rituals and political events. The social organization revealed through Moundville's archaeological record shows a society stratified in ways unknown in earlier periods. Elite burials contained wealth that represented the labor of hundreds of people. Elaborate copper ornaments, thousands of shell beads, exotic materials from across the continent, and artistic objects that clearly took master craftsmen years to complete. These weren't just wealthy individuals, but political and religious leaders whose authority extended across multiple communities, and whose status was marked by access to sacred knowledge and exotic materials. Craft specialization at Moundville reached levels that suggest full-time artisans working under elite patronage. Pottery workshops produced vessels of extraordinary technical excellence and artistic beauty. Shell carving reached new heights of sophistication, with gorgets and cups decorated with intricate scenes that seem to illustrate religious beliefs and mythological narratives. Copper working, textile production, and probably many other crafts reached similar levels of achievement. Etowah Mounds. In the fertile valleys of northern Georgia, the Etowah Mounds complex was developing into another major center of Mississippian civilization. Like Moundville, Etowah featured impressive pyramid mounds arranged around central plazas, but the site's location in the southern Appalachian foothills gave it access to resources and trade routes that made it distinctly different from other Mississippian centers. Etowah's copper workshops produced some of the finest metalwork ever created in pre-Columbian North America. The famous Etowah copper plates, with their elaborate repoussé scenes of supernatural beings and cosmic imagery, represent pinnacles of both artistic achievement and religious expression. The technical skill required to create such works, understanding metal properties, mastering hammering and annealing techniques, and developing the artistic vision to create coherent narrative scenes, speaks to traditions of craft knowledge passed down through generations of master metalworkers. The site's elite residences, built on artificial mounds that elevated their inhabitants both literally and symbolically above the common people, reveal a society where political and religious authority had become concentrated in the hands of hereditary leaders. See, these weren't just wealthy individuals, but sacred chiefs, whose authority derived from their supposed ability to communicate with supernatural forces and maintain the cosmic order that kept their communities prosperous and secure. Cultural exchange. What makes this period remarkable isn't just the individual achievements of places like Spiro, Moundville, and Etowah, but the evidence for cultural exchange and shared traditions that connected communities across vast distances. Ceremonial practices, artistic motifs, and religious symbols appear at sites hundreds of miles apart, suggesting networks of communication and shared belief that unified much of eastern North America. The Southeastern Ceremonial Complex, as archaeologists call this shared religious tradition, featured common themes that appeared from Oklahoma to Georgia, from Tennessee to Florida. The Birdman figure representing supernatural flight between worlds, the hand-eye symbol suggesting spiritual vision, cross designs marking sacred directions, and serpent imagery connecting earth and water powers. These weren't random decorations, but sacred symbols that carried deep meaning for believers across the entire region. Innovation spread. Perhaps most importantly, this period saw the rapid spread of innovations across cultural and geographic boundaries. Agricultural techniques developed in one region appeared quickly in distant areas where local conditions made them useful. Craft technologies, new pottery techniques, improved metalworking methods, innovative architectural solutions spread along trade routes and through intermarriage networks with remarkable speed. Social organization models also spread and adapted to local conditions. The chiefdom form of government that emerged in places like Moundville and Etowah appeared in modified forms across much of the southeast. Democratic council traditions developed among Iroquoian peoples influenced political organization among neighboring groups. Even artistic and religious innovation spread quickly, with new ceremonial practices and symbolic systems appearing simultaneously across vast regions. Non-agricultural civilizations. Along North America's Pacific coast, peoples were proving something that challenged fundamental assumptions about human social development, that complex civilizations, ranked societies, and monumental architecture didn't require agriculture. The abundance of Pacific Coast resources. Salmon runs so thick that rivers seem to boil with fish. Forests so rich that a single tree could provide material for an entire house. And marine environments so productive that small territories could support large populations, made possible some of the most sophisticated non-agricultural societies in human history. Northwest Coast cultures. From northern California to southeast Alaska, Northwest Coast peoples developed civilizations of breathtaking complexity and artistic achievement. Their villages weren't temporary camps but permanent towns with substantial plank houses that could shelter dozens of families through the long, wet winters of the Pacific Coast. These weren't crude shelters, but architectural marvels. Massive post and beam structures built from cedar logs so large that Europeans would later need teams of oxen just to move them. The famous plank houses of the Northwest Coast were engineering achievements that rival anything built elsewhere in North America. Master builders understood principles of load-bearing construction, joint techniques that allowed massive structures to flex with earthquakes and wind, and architectural systems that could be disassembled and moved when communities needed to relocate. Some houses stretched over 100 feet in length and could accommodate entire extended families along with their slaves, guests, and ceremonial regalia. Salmon Run Management. The foundation of Northwest Coast prosperity was sophisticated management of salmon resources that ensured abundance for thousands of years. These weren't simple fishing techniques, but complex systems of resource management that required deep ecological knowledge, careful timing, and community cooperation on scales that amazed later European observers. Fish weirs, carefully engineered traps built across streams and rivers, allowed communities to harvest enormous quantities of salmon, while ensuring that enough fish continued upstream to spawn and maintain future runs. The construction of these weirs required hydraulic engineering knowledge that took into account water flow, fish behavior, and seasonal timing. Different types of weirs were designed for different species of salmon, different stream conditions, and different points in the seasonal cycle. Drying and preservation techniques allowed communities to store thousands of pounds of salmon for use throughout the year. Specialized drying racks, smoking houses, and storage containers preserved fish so effectively that surplus could be kept for years, providing security against occasional poor runs and creating the wealth that supported complex social hierarchies and elaborate ceremonial life. Cedar technology. The giant cedars of the Pacific Coast weren't just trees to Northwest Coast peoples, they were the foundation of entire civilizations. Cedar provided material for virtually every aspect of material culture, from the massive ocean-going canoes that allowed travel and trade along hundreds of miles of coastline to the finest textiles woven from inner bark that was processed into fibers softer than cotton. Canoe construction represented one of humanity's greatest achievements in maritime technology. Master carvers could transform a single cedar log into vessels over 60 feet long, capable of carrying dozens of people safely through some of the world's most dangerous waters. These weren't crude dugouts, but sophisticated craft with carefully calculated proportions, hydrodynamic designs that provided both speed and stability, and construction techniques that created vessels strong enough to ram through ice while remaining flexible enough to ride enormous ocean swells. Cedar bark was processed into everything from everyday clothing to ceremonial regalia of incredible beauty and complexity. The inner bark was separated into individual fibers, cleaned and prepared through processes that took months of careful work, then woven into textiles that range from practical rain cloaks to ceremonial robes decorated with intricate designs that told family histories and displayed hereditary privileges. California diversity. South of the dense forests of the Pacific Northwest, California was home to perhaps the most culturally diverse region in all of North America. Over 500 distinct groups speaking languages from at least 20 different language families had developed ways of life perfectly adapted to California's incredible environmental diversity, from coastal redwood forests to high mountain valleys, from rich river deltas to harsh deserts. The foundation of this diversity was the humble acorn, which California peoples had learned to process into a nutritious staple food that could support large populations without agriculture. Acorn processing required sophisticated knowledge of different oak species, harvesting techniques, grinding technologies, and leaching processes that removed toxic tannins to create a flour more nutritious than wheat. Different groups developed different processing techniques, different grinding implements, and different recipes that reflected both local conditions and cultural preferences. This acorn economy supported populations so dense that early European explorers compared California to a garden, with villages every few miles and smoke from countless hearths visible across the landscape. Yet this abundance was maintained through careful resource management that ensured oak groves remained productive, wildlife populations stayed healthy, and the complex ecosystems that supported human life continued to flourish. Social stratification. The abundance of Pacific Coast resources supported social hierarchies as complex as any in agricultural civilizations. Northwest Coast societies were ranked into distinct classes: nobles who controlled territories and resources, commoners who provided labor and military service, and slaves captured in warfare or inherited from previous generations. These weren't simple wealth differences, but hereditary status systems that determined every aspect of an individual's life from birth to death. Wealth accumulation reached extraordinary levels among Pacific Coast elites. Chiefs controlled territories that might include dozens of salmon streams, berry patches, root grounds, and hunting areas. They owned elaborate ceremonial regalia made from materials gathered across vast distances, maintained fleets of canoes for travel and warfare, and controlled the labor of hundreds of people, including both free commoners and slaves. The famous potlatch ceremonies of the Northwest Coast were perhaps the most sophisticated wealth redistribution systems ever developed by non-agricultural peoples. These weren't just parties, but complex political and economic events where chiefs gave away or destroyed enormous quantities of goods to demonstrate their power and maintain their status. A single potlatch might see the distribution of thousands of blankets, tons of dried fish, dozens of canoes, and elaborate copper objects whose value was measured in slaves. Artistic achievements. The wealth and leisure time that Pacific Coast abundance provided supported artistic traditions that rank among the world's greatest achievements in wood carving, textile weaving, and ceremonial regalia production. The famous totem poles of the Northwest Coast weren't just impressive sculptures, but complex narratives carved in cedar that told family histories, illustrated mythological events, and displayed hereditary privileges that validated chiefly authority. Master carvers understood wood properties, tool techniques, and artistic principles that allowed them to transform massive cedar logs into works of art that functioned simultaneously as architecture, sculpture, and literature. The great house posts that supported chiefs' residences were carved with figures representing family crests, legendary ancestors, and supernatural beings whose protection ensured the prosperity and security of the household. Ceremonial regalia reached levels of complexity and beauty that astounded European visitors. Chiefs' costumes might include headdresses made from sea lion whiskers and eagle feathers, robes woven from mountain goat wool and decorated with shell buttons and copper ornaments, and masks carved to represent supernatural beings, and operated by hidden strings that could make eyes blink, jaws move, and hidden figures appear. Trade networks. The prosperity of Pacific Coast civilizations was enhanced by trade networks that connected communities from Alaska to Mexico. Dentalium shells from the waters off Vancouver Island were prized as currency and ornaments throughout western North America. Obsidian from volcanic sources was traded hundreds of miles to communities that valued its sharpness for cutting tools and its beauty for ceremonial objects. Abalone shells from California waters appeared in ornamental objects as far east as the Great Plains. These weren't random exchanges, but systematic trading relationships that moved enormous quantities of goods along well-established routes. Professional traders traveled regularly between distant communities, carrying not just physical goods but information about political developments, technological innovations, and social changes that affected peoples across the entire Pacific Coast region. These magnificent civilizations were reaching their absolute peak of achievement, with cities, art, and knowledge that amazed. But climate changes and internal pressures were about to test their resilience like never before. As the magnificent civilizations of the Pacific coast were reaching their peak, something equally dramatic was happening across the continent in the river valleys of the southeast. The success of Cahokia had inspired something unprecedented in North American history: the rise of multiple urban centers that formed networks of political control, economic exchange, and cultural influence stretching from Oklahoma to Georgia, from Tennessee to the Gulf Coast. Moundville in Alabama had grown from a local ceremonial center into the capital of a chiefdom that controlled dozens of smaller communities along river valleys for hundreds of miles. Its 26 pyramid mounds arranged around a grand central plaza could accommodate thousands of people during important ceremonies, while elite residences atop the largest mounds housed rulers whose authority extended across territories larger than many European kingdoms. Meanwhile, Spiro in Oklahoma had become the great trading hub where goods, ideas, and artistic traditions from the Great Plains, the Southwest, and the Eastern Woodlands all converged. Etowah in Georgia commanded the trade routes through the southern Appalachians, its copper workshops producing elaborate ceremonial objects that were prized from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico. Ocmulgee in central Georgia controlled the rivers that connected the interior to the Atlantic coast, its massive earthen pyramids rising from the landscape like monuments to human achievement. Chiefdom confederacies, but these weren't isolated city-states competing against each other. They were the centers of complex political networks that connected communities across vast distances. Chiefs at major centers like Moundville maintained relationships with rulers at dozens of smaller towns, creating confederacies bound together by kinship ties, tribute obligations, and shared ceremonial practices. These weren't simple conquest relationships, but sophisticated political arrangements that benefited communities at multiple levels. Smaller towns gained access to exotic trade goods, military protection, and the prestige that came from association with powerful regional centers. In return, they provided tribute in the form of agricultural products, craft goods, and labor for major construction projects. During times of crisis, crop failures, enemy attacks, or natural disasters, the network could redistribute resources to help struggling communities. Alliance networks extended these relationships even further, connecting chiefdoms that might be hundreds of miles apart through diplomatic marriages, shared religious practices, and mutual defense agreements. Chiefs' children might be sent to distant centers for education and marriage alliances, creating personal relationships that strengthened political connections across the entire Mississippian world. Warrior culture, the wealth and political complexity of Mississippian civilization, supported the development of warrior traditions that combined practical military necessity with elaborate ceremonial display. This wasn't random violence, but ritualized warfare that served multiple social and political functions while reinforcing the hierarchical nature of Mississippian society. Ceremonial warfare allowed young men to prove their courage and skill, gaining the status and reputation necessary for leadership roles within their communities. Successful warriors were celebrated in elaborate ceremonies, their achievements recorded in shell engravings and copper repoussé work that depicted heroic deeds and supernatural associations. War leaders wore distinctive regalia, elaborate headdresses, shell gorgets showing warrior imagery, and copper ornaments that marked their achievements and status. Captive taking became an important aspect of warfare, but not in the way we might expect. Prisoners weren't simply enslaved, but often adopted into their captors' communities, where they could rise to positions of respect and authority. This practice served to reduce population losses from warfare while incorporating new people, ideas, and skills into Mississippian communities. Some of the most elaborate burials at sites like Spiro and Moundville may have belonged to individuals who began their lives in distant communities but achieved high status in their adopted homes. Religious transformation, the political and social complexity of expanded Mississippian civilization, was accompanied by religious innovations that created shared spiritual traditions across vast distances. The southeastern ceremonial complex reached its fullest expression during this period, with religious imagery and practices that unified communities from Oklahoma to Georgia under common spiritual beliefs. The Birdman cult became central to Mississippian religion, with elaborate imagery showing supernatural figures who could fly between the upper world of the sky and the lower world beneath the earth. These weren't just mythological stories, but complex religious beliefs that explained the role of chiefs and other ritual specialists in maintaining cosmic balance and ensuring community prosperity. Underworld mythology became increasingly important, with elaborate artistic depictions of journeys to the realm of the dead, battles between supernatural forces, and the role of ritual specialists in communicating with otherworldly powers. Ancestor veneration reached new levels of complexity, with elaborate mortuary practices that transformed deceased chiefs and other important individuals into spiritual protectors of their communities. Trade intensification. The wealth needed to support expanded political networks and elaborate ceremonial life required trade relationships more intensive and sophisticated than anything seen before in North America. Shell engraving workshops at major centers produced thousands of gorgets, cups, and other ceremonial objects decorated with intricate religious and political imagery. Master engravers developed distinctive artistic styles that can be traced across archaeological sites, suggesting individual artists whose work was recognized and valued across vast regions. Copperworking reached unprecedented levels of sophistication, with craftsmen creating elaborate repoussé plates that rank among the finest metalwork produced anywhere in the pre-Columbian Americas. These weren't just beautiful objects, but complex religious and political statements that displayed the power, status, and spiritual authority of their owners. The technical skill required to create such works, understanding metal properties, mastering hammering and annealing techniques, developing artistic vision capable of creating coherent narrative scenes, speaks to craft traditions maintained by master artisans working under elite patronage. Stone tool production became increasingly specialized, with master flint knappers creating ceremonial objects of incredible beauty and technical excellence. Elaborate spear points, knives, and other tools were made from the finest materials available. Exotic cherts, obsidian, and even crystal, and crafted with skill that turned functional objects into works of art. Agricultural innovation. Supporting larger populations and more complex societies required agricultural innovations that pushed Three Sisters cultivation to new levels of productivity and reliability. Mississippian farmers developed new corn varieties specifically adapted to different soil conditions, climate zones, and growing seasons. Some varieties matured quickly for northern regions with short growing seasons, while others were bred for maximum yield in optimal southern conditions. Field management techniques became increasingly sophisticated, with farmers understanding principles of crop rotation, soil fertility, and water management that maintained high productivity without depleting the land. Raised field systems in flood-prone areas, terraced hillsides to prevent erosion, and sophisticated storage facilities that could preserve surplus food for years, all represented agricultural science that wouldn't be matched in North America for centuries. Population growth. The success of Mississippian agricultural and political systems supported demographic expansion that transformed the Southeast from a land of scattered villages into a region of towns, cities, and complex settlement hierarchies. Major centers like Moundville and Etowah housed thousands of residents, while smaller towns and villages dotted river valleys and fertile bottomlands across the entire region. This population growth created settlement hierarchies that reflected political organization, with the largest communities serving as regional capitals, medium-sized towns functioning as local administrative centers, and small villages providing agricultural production and specialized craft goods. The system was remarkably stable, supporting population densities that wouldn't be seen again in the Southeast until well after European colonization. Cultural standardization. Perhaps most remarkably, this period of expansion and intensification was accompanied by cultural standardization that created shared traditions across enormous distances. Artistic styles developed at major centers appeared with local variations throughout the Mississippian world. Ceremonial practices, religious imagery, and even architectural forms showed enough similarity to suggest regular communication and shared training among religious and political specialists. Political structures at different centres shared enough common elements to suggest systematic development rather than independent evolution. The role of chiefs, the organisation of tribute systems, the conduct of warfare, and the management of trade relationships all followed patterns that were remarkably consistent across the entire Mississippian world, creating a unified civilization that encompassed much of eastern North America. 1400 CE Eastern expansion. While Mississippian civilization was transforming the southeast into a land of cities and ceremonial centres, one of history's most remarkable migrations was taking place in the Arctic regions of North America. The Thule people, ancestors of today's Inuit, were embarking on an eastward expansion that would carry their sophisticated Ice Age technologies from Alaska to Greenland in just a few centuries, a journey across some of the most challenging environments on Earth. This wasn't random wandering, but a purposeful expansion by peoples who had developed technologies and social systems that allowed them to thrive in conditions that would challenge modern survival experts. Starting from their homeland in northern Alaska around 1000 CE, Thule families followed the Arctic coastline eastward, establishing communities on islands and coastlines where no humans had lived for centuries, if ever. The speed of this expansion was extraordinary. Within 400 years, Thule peoples had established communities from Alaska to Greenland, a distance of over 3,000 miles across some of the most dangerous territory on Earth. They brought with them not just survival skills, but a complete way of life perfectly adapted to Arctic conditions, including technologies, social organization, and spiritual traditions that would sustain their descendants for centuries to come. Whaling technology. The foundation of Thule's success was their mastery of whaling techniques that allowed small groups of hunters to take the largest animals on Earth. The Umiak, a large skin boat that could carry a dozen hunters and their equipment, was one of humanity's greatest achievements in maritime technology. Built from a driftwood frame covered with walrus or bearded seal skins, these vessels were light enough to be carried by their crews, yet strong enough to survive collisions with whales, ice, and the tremendous storms that sweep Arctic seas. But the boats were just part of a whaling system that required incredible coordination, courage, and skill. Harpoon systems used multiple projectiles connected by long lines of braided sinew, designed to wound whales without killing them immediately, so the massive animals would tire themselves out rather than diving to depths where they couldn't be recovered. Toggle-headed harpoon points were engineered to turn sideways once they penetrated whale hide, creating anchors that couldn't be pulled free. Cooperative hunting required social organization that allowed groups of families to work together in pursuit of whales that might provide food, fuel, and materials for entire communities. Successful whaling demanded not just individual skill, but group coordination, shared knowledge of whale behavior and ocean conditions, and social systems that ensured fair distribution of the enormous quantities of meat and materials that a single whale could provide. Ice Age Toolkit. Thule peoples brought with them a complete technology for surviving in environments where temperatures might remain below zero for most of the year, and where resources were scattered across vast distances. Snowhouse construction, the famous igloo, represented engineering knowledge that allowed families to create warm, comfortable shelters from materials available everywhere in the Arctic winter. Building an igloo wasn't simply piling up snow blocks, but understanding snow properties, structural engineering, and thermal dynamics. Different types of snow were suitable for different parts of the structure. The spiral construction technique created domes that were incredibly strong, yet used a minimum of material. Interior design principles created spaces that stayed warm and dry, even when outside temperatures dropped far below freezing. Sled technology allowed the transportation of heavy loads across ice and snow, with different sled designs optimized for different conditions and purposes. Dog teams provided the power for long-distance travel, but managing sled dogs required understanding animal behavior, nutrition, and training techniques that took years to master. Winter survival strategies included everything from ice fishing techniques to methods for finding and hunting seals at their breathing holes. Social organization. Thule social organization was perfectly adapted to Arctic conditions, where survival depended on cooperation, resource sharing, and the ability to make life or death decisions quickly and effectively. Extended family groups provided the basic social unit, with related families traveling and hunting together in patterns that balanced individual autonomy with group cooperation. Sharing networks ensured that successful hunters provided for community members who might be temporarily unable to contribute: the elderly, the injured, families with small children, or simply those who had experienced bad luck in hunting. But this wasn't charity. It was a sophisticated social insurance system where everyone contributed when they could and received support when they needed it. Leadership patterns emphasized expertise and situational authority rather than permanent hierarchy. The best whale hunter might lead whaling expeditions, while someone else with different skills might take charge during overland travel or when dealing with specific survival challenges. This flexible leadership allowed communities to take advantage of individual expertise while maintaining social cohesion. Artistic traditions. Despite the harsh conditions of Arctic life, Thule peoples maintained rich artistic traditions that expressed cultural values, recorded important events, and provided entertainment during the long winter months when families were confined to their homes for weeks at a time. Ivory carving reached extraordinary levels of sophistication, with artists creating everything from practical objects decorated with intricate designs to purely artistic works that rank among the world's finest small-scale sculptures. Storytelling traditions preserved historical knowledge, cultural values, and entertainment in oral literature that could last for hours or even days. These weren't just stories, but complete artistic performances that included songs, dramatic presentations, and audience participation. The stories served multiple functions. They preserved essential survival information, taught cultural values to young people, and provided community entertainment that helped maintain social bonds during difficult periods. Dance ceremonies brought communities together for celebrations that combined spiritual practice, social interaction, and artistic expression. Drum dancing, throat singing, and other performance traditions required years of training and practice, creating roles for artistic specialists whose skills were valued alongside those of successful hunters and skilled craftspeople. Norse encounters. The eastward expansion of Thule peoples eventually brought them into contact with Norse settlers who had established colonies in Greenland around the same time that Thule expansion was reaching its peak. These encounters between Arctic indigenous peoples and European colonists were among the earliest sustained contacts between Native Americans and Europeans, providing glimpses of what relationships might have been like under different circumstances. Trade relationships developed between Thule and Norse communities, with Arctic peoples providing walrus ivory, polar bear hides, and other northern products in exchange for iron tools, woven cloth, and other manufactured goods. Archaeological evidence suggests these relationships were generally peaceful and mutually beneficial, with both groups recognizing the advantages of cooperation in the challenging Arctic environment. Cultural exchange flowed both ways, with Norse settlers adopting Thule techniques for Arctic survival, while Thule peoples incorporated European materials and possibly some technologies into their own cultural systems. The encounters were documented in Norse sagas and may have influenced European understanding of North American indigenous peoples long before Columbus's voyages. Environmental mastery. What made Thule expansion possible was an understanding of Arctic environments so complete that it allowed small groups of families to survive and thrive in conditions that challenge modern technology. Sea ice navigation required reading ice conditions, weather patterns, and ocean currents with precision that meant the difference between successful hunting and disaster. Weather prediction skills allowed Thule peoples to anticipate dangerous storms, plan long-distance travel, and time hunting activities to take advantage of optimal conditions. They could read subtle signs in cloud formations, wind patterns, and animal behavior that provided early warning of changing conditions days or even weeks in advance. Resource optimization meant knowing where and when different animals could be found, which plants were available for food or materials, and how to make maximum use of everything that was harvested. Nothing was wasted in Thule communities. Every part of every animal had uses, and techniques for processing, preserving, and storing materials ensured that nothing valuable was lost. Cultural continuity. The Thule migration wasn't just a historical event, but the foundation for cultural traditions that continue to this day. Modern Inuit peoples are direct descendants of Thule migrants, and many of the technologies, social practices, and cultural values developed during the medieval expansion period continue to influence Arctic communities today. Traditional knowledge preservation ensured that essential survival skills, cultural values, and historical understanding were passed down through generations, even as contact with European colonizers brought tremendous changes to Arctic life. Language preservation maintained not just communication, but ways of understanding and describing Arctic environments that embodied thousands of years of accumulated wisdom. The Thule expansion represents one of humanity's most successful adaptations to extreme environments, demonstrating that human cultures could thrive even in conditions that seemed impossible. Their achievement stands as testimony to human ingenuity, cooperation, and the power of cultural knowledge to make survival possible in Earth's most challenging places. Post-Chaco reorganization. As Thule peoples were mastering the Arctic and Mississippian civilization was expanding across the southeast, the southwest was undergoing its own dramatic transformation. The abandonment of Chaco Canyon and other great house centers around 1300 CE marked not the end of ancestral Puebloan civilization, but its reorganization into new forms that would prove even more enduring than the spectacular achievements of earlier centuries. Rather than disappearing, the populations that had once gathered at massive centers like Chaco Canyon and Mesa Verde dispersed into smaller, more defensible communities that reflected changing priorities and environmental challenges. Climate change, including extended droughts that made large-scale agriculture increasingly difficult, forced adaptations that emphasized flexibility, community cooperation, and cultural preservation over monumental construction projects. This period of reorganization saw the emergence of settlement patterns that would characterize Pueblo life for centuries to come. Instead of concentrating populations at single massive sites, people established networks of smaller villages that could support each other during difficult times while maintaining the cultural traditions and spiritual practices that defined their identity as distinct peoples. Rio Grande Pueblos. The most significant population movement was eastward to the Rio Grande Valley, where reliable water sources and fertile bottomlands could support agricultural communities even during the droughts that were making life difficult in more marginal areas. The Rio Grande Pueblos that emerged during this period represented a perfect balance between innovation and tradition, adapting ancient practices to new environments while maintaining the essential cultural elements that connected them to their ancestral heritage. These new settlements showed clear evidence of defensive planning, with villages positioned on mesa tops or other naturally protected locations that could be defended against raiders. Population consolidation meant that several hundred people might live in a single pueblo, creating communities large enough to defend themselves while small enough to be supported by local agriculture and maintained through consensus decision-making. Agricultural focus became more intensive and sophisticated as communities worked to maximize production from limited water resources. Rio Grande farmers developed irrigation systems that channeled river water to carefully planned field systems, created terraced gardens that made maximum use of available land, and selected crop varieties that could survive in challenging conditions while still providing the nutritional diversity that Pueblo peoples required. Hopi Mesa villages. In the heart of the southwest, on isolated mesas rising from the high desert, Hopi communities were developing the ultimate expression of cultural continuity and environmental adaptation. The Hopi Mesa villages represented direct descendants of earlier ancestral Puebloan communities, maintaining unbroken connections to ancient traditions, while adapting those traditions to meet changing circumstances. The mesas themselves provided natural defense while offering access to spring water and agricultural land in the washes and valleys below. Raibi, Old Shungapavi, and other mesa-top villages became among the longest continuously inhabited communities in North America, their residents maintaining traditional practices that connected them directly to their ancient ancestors. Ceremonial cycles developed during this period created some of the most sophisticated religious calendar systems in North America. Hopi ceremonies weren't just spiritual observances, but complex agricultural, social, and cultural practices that regulated community life according to seasonal rhythms and cosmic patterns. The famous Hopi prophecies and philosophical systems that continue to influence Native American thought today were refined and systematized during this period of consolidation. Drought resistance techniques developed by Hopi farmers became legendary for their effectiveness in desert environments. Dry farming methods, careful selection of heat and drought-resistant crop varieties, and sophisticated understanding of desert hydrology allowed Hopi communities to thrive in areas that seemed barely habitable to later European observers. Zuni Pueblo Formation, southwest of the Hopi Mesas, Zuni Pueblo was emerging as one of the region's most successful examples of multi-village confederation. Rather than concentrating all population at a single site, Zuni communities maintained several related villages that shared language, religious practices, and cultural identity while maintaining some degree of local autonomy. This confederation model provided advantages that single large communities couldn't match. Different villages could specialize in different aspects of economic and religious life while supporting each other during emergencies. If one village faced crop failure or other disasters, residents could move temporarily to related communities without losing their cultural identity or social connections. Religious practices at Zuni achieved extraordinary complexity during this period, with ceremonial cycles that involved multiple villages and required coordination between religious specialists at different locations. The famous Zuni pottery traditions that continue to this day began developing their distinctive artistic styles during this period, with potters creating vessels of incredible beauty that combined practical functionality with spiritual significance. Acoma Sky City. Perhaps the most dramatic example of defensive adaptation was Acoma Pueblo, built on top of a mesa that rises 367 feet above the surrounding desert. This sky city represented the ultimate in defensive architecture. A community that could only be reached by climbing hand and toe holds carved into the cliff face, making it virtually impregnable against raiders while providing access to agricultural land and water sources in the valleys below. Acoma's location required innovations in community organization and resource management that pushed Pueblo adaptability to its limits. Everything needed for daily life, food, water, building materials, fuel, had to be carried up the cliff face by human labor. This necessity created social systems that emphasized cooperation, careful planning, and efficient resource use to an extraordinary degree. The mesa top location also influenced spiritual practices, with Acoma religious traditions emphasizing connections between earth and sky, the community's role as mediators between different cosmic levels, and the spiritual significance of their elevated position between the everyday world below and the sacred realm above. Kiva ceremonial systems. Throughout the consolidation period, Kiva ceremonial systems became increasingly central to Pueblo community organization and spiritual life. These underground chambers weren't just places for religious ceremonies, but community centers where important decisions were made. Cultural knowledge was transmitted to young people, and social relationships were maintained and strengthened. Different types of kivas served different functions within Pueblo communities. Some were associated with specific clans or religious societies, while others served entire villages or groups of related communities. The construction and maintenance of kivas required community cooperation and represented significant investments of labor and materials that reinforced social bonds while creating sacred spaces where traditional practices could continue. Religious practices centered around kivas developed into some of the most sophisticated ceremonial systems in North America. Seasonal ceremonies marked agricultural cycles, life transitions, and cosmic events with elaborate rituals that combined prayer, music, dance, and artistic expression. These ceremonies weren't just spiritual observances but complete cultural events that reinforced community identity, transmitted traditional knowledge, and maintained relationships between human communities and the natural world. Pottery Renaissance. The consolidation period saw Pueblo pottery traditions reach new heights of artistic achievement and technical excellence. Different communities developed distinctive styles that reflected local preferences and cultural values, while maintaining shared traditions that connected all Pueblo peoples to their common heritage. Artistic innovation during this period produced pottery that ranks among the finest ceramics ever created in North America. Potters developed new techniques for creating thinner, lighter vessels without sacrificing strength. Decorative traditions became increasingly sophisticated, with geometric designs that carried cultural meanings and artistic compositions that balanced traditional motifs with creative innovation. Technical mastery reached levels that amazed later European observers and continue to influence ceramic artists today. Pueblo potters understood clay properties, firing techniques, and decorative methods that allowed them to create vessels of incredible beauty and functionality, using only natural materials and traditional technologies. Trade continuation. Despite the dramatic changes of the consolidation period, Southwest communities maintained trade relationships that connected them to distant regions and provided access to materials and goods that enhanced their quality of life. Turquoise mining continued to be an important economic activity, with Southwest turquoise appearing in archaeological sites across much of Western North America. Shell ornament production remained a significant craft industry, with artisans creating jewelry, ceremonial objects, and decorative items from marine shells acquired through trade networks that stretched to both the Pacific and Gulf coasts. These trade relationships required diplomatic skills, geographic knowledge, and economic sophistication that demonstrate the continued vitality of Pueblo civilization even during periods of apparent decline. Feather commerce brought tropical bird feathers from Mexico and Central America to Southwest communities where they were incorporated into ceremonial regalia and religious objects. These exotic materials weren't just luxury items but essential elements of religious practices that connected Pueblo communities to cosmic forces and spiritual traditions that had been maintained for centuries. Proto-Iroquoian development. While the Southwest was consolidating into the historic Pueblo communities and the Arctic was being transformed by Thule expansion, the forests of the Northeast were witnessing the development of political innovations that would influence the course of world history. Proto-Iroquoian communities scattered throughout what would become New York, Pennsylvania, and southern Ontario were developing forms of government and social organization that challenged everything Europeans thought they knew about political authority and democratic decision-making. The Longhouse communities that had emerged centuries earlier were evolving into something unprecedented. Societies where political power flowed from the bottom up rather than the top down, where women held ultimate authority over leadership selection, and where decisions affecting entire nations were made through careful discussion and consensus rather than royal decree or military force. Matrilineal clan systems had become the foundation for political organization that connected related communities across vast territories. Children belonged to their mother's clan, inheritance passed through the female line, and the eldest women in each clan, the clan mothers, held the power to select and remove the men who would represent their communities in intertribal councils. This wasn't just different from European political systems. It was revolutionary in ways that would later influence the development of democratic government worldwide. Peacemaker traditions. From these clan-based communities emerged one of history's most remarkable political innovations, a systematic approach to conflict resolution that could transform enemies into allies and end cycles of warfare that had plagued peoples for generations. The tradition surrounding the peacemaker, whose message of peace and unity spread throughout Iroquoian communities, represented more than just political reform. They were a complete transformation of how human societies could organize themselves for mutual benefit. The Great Law of Peace wasn't simply a peace treaty, but a comprehensive constitutional system that provided frameworks for everything from local governance to international relations. Conflict resolution mechanisms built into the system could handle disputes at multiple levels, between individuals, between clans, between communities, and between entire nations, without resorting to warfare or authoritarian control. Diplomatic protocols developed during this period created some of the most sophisticated international relations systems ever developed by indigenous peoples. Condolence ceremonies could heal grief and anger that might otherwise lead to renewed conflict. Council procedures ensured that all voices were heard and that decisions reflected genuine consensus rather than the will of powerful minorities. Adoption customs could transform enemies into relatives, breaking cycles of revenge while incorporating new people and ideas into existing communities. Haudenosaunee Formation. The success of these peacemaking traditions led to the formation of the Haudenosaunee, or League of Five Nations, a confederacy that united the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, and Seneca nations under a single constitutional government, while preserving the autonomy and cultural identity of each member nation. This wasn't conquest or absorption, but voluntary association based on shared values and mutual benefit. The constitutional government that emerged from this union was unlike anything Europeans had ever encountered. Ultimate authority rested with the clan mothers, who selected the chiefs that would represent their clans and nations in the Grand Council. These chiefs weren't rulers in the European sense, but representatives whose authority came from their ability to speak for their people, and whose positions could be revoked if they failed to serve their communities effectively. The system of checks and balances built into Haudenosaunee government was more sophisticated than most European political systems of the same period. Different nations had different roles and responsibilities within the Confederacy. Procedures for making decisions required not just majority agreement, but consensus that took into account the interests of all member communities. Even the physical arrangement of the council, the specific seating arrangements, speaking orders, and ceremonial protocols reflected deep understanding of how to balance different interests and maintain unity while preserving diversity. Women's power within the Haudenosaunee system wasn't just theoretical, but practical and effective. Clan mothers controlled not just the selection of chiefs, but major decisions about war and peace, territory and resources, and relationships with other nations. This wasn't simply gender equality, but a political system that recognized women's authority as fundamental to community survival and prosperity. Cherokee nation building. South of the Haudenosaunee territories, in the mountains and valleys of the southern Appalachians, Cherokee communities were developing their own innovations in democratic government and Confederate organization. The Cherokee Nation that emerged during this period represented a different approach to the same basic challenges: how to maintain community autonomy while creating larger political units capable of dealing with regional and international issues. Cherokee mountain settlements were organized around town councils that made local decisions through discussion and consensus, with different communities specializing in different aspects of regional life. Some towns became known as mother towns that held special responsibilities for ceremonies, councils, and decision-making that affected multiple communities. Others served as war towns that took primary responsibility for military affairs and defense. Still others were peace towns that provided sanctuary and served as centers for diplomatic activities. Clan organization among Cherokee communities created social networks that connected people across vast territories while regulating marriage, inheritance, and political relationships. The 7 Cherokee clans: Wolf, Longhair, Paint, Bird, Deer, Wild Potato, and Blue provided identity and belonging that transcended local community boundaries and created kinship relationships that could be activated for political, economic, or social purposes. Council governance evolved into sophisticated systems for managing both local and regional affairs. Town councils handled everyday decisions that affected individual communities, while regional councils brought together representatives from multiple towns to deal with issues that affected the Cherokee Nation as a whole. The balance between local autonomy and regional coordination was maintained through careful attention to consensus building and respect for community self-determination. Creek Confederacy development. Even further south in the river valleys of Alabama and Georgia, Creek communities were creating their own version of Confederate government that balanced individual town autonomy with the benefits of larger political organization. The Crete Confederacy that emerged during this period wasn't a single unified nation, but a sophisticated alliance system that allowed dozens of independent towns to cooperate for mutual benefit, while maintaining their individual identities and governance systems. The famous green corn ceremony became central to Crete political and social organization, serving not just as a religious observance, but as an annual renewal of political relationships, social obligations, and community identity. These ceremonies brought together people from multiple towns for celebrations that combined spiritual practice, political discussion, diplomatic negotiation, and social interaction in ways that reinforced Confederate bonds while celebrating local diversity. Town organization among Crete communities developed into complex systems that balanced different forms of leadership and authority. Civil chiefs handled everyday governance and diplomatic relationships, while war chiefs took responsibility for military affairs and external threats. Religious leaders maintained ceremonial knowledge and spiritual practices that connected communities to cosmic forces and seasonal cycles. The balance between these different types of authority created governmental systems that were both stable and flexible. Algonquian networks. Along the Atlantic coast from Maine to Virginia, Algonquian-speaking communities were developing their own approaches to regional organization and inter-community cooperation. Rather than creating formal confederacies like their Iroquoian neighbors, many Algonquian groups maintained networks of alliance and cooperation that could be activated for specific purposes while preserving maximum local autonomy. Eastern seaboard connections created trade relationships, marriage networks, and diplomatic agreements that linked communities across hundreds of miles of coastline. Seasonal territories were recognized and respected, with different groups having acknowledged rights to specific fishing areas, hunting grounds, berry patches, and other resources according to traditional agreements that prevented conflict while ensuring equitable access to necessary resources. These network systems were more flexible than formal confederacies, but required sophisticated diplomatic skills and deep cultural knowledge to maintain effectively. Leaders needed to understand not just their own community's interests, but the complex web of relationships that connected dozens of different groups with different languages, customs, and priorities. Political innovation. What made all these developments remarkable was their innovation in fundamental principles of political organization, representative systems that made leaders accountable to their communities, checks and balances that prevented the concentration of power, peaceful succession mechanisms that avoided the dynastic conflicts that plagued European monarchies. All were developed by Eastern woodland peoples centuries before similar ideas would appear in European political theory. The constitutional systems developed by groups like the Haudenosaunee were based on philosophical principles that recognized the inherent worth and dignity of all community members, the importance of consensus and cooperation over coercion, and the responsibility of leaders to serve their people rather than rule over them. These weren't just practical arrangements, but expressions of cultural values that emphasized harmony, reciprocity, and mutual respect as the foundations of social organization. Cultural achievements. The political innovations of Eastern woodland confederacies were accompanied by cultural achievements that preserved and transmitted the knowledge, values, and traditions that made such sophisticated governance possible. Oral constitutions maintained complex legal and political information without written records, requiring memory techniques and teaching methods that amazed European observers. Diplomatic traditions created protocols for intergroup communication and negotiation that could prevent conflicts, resolve disputes, and build relationships between communities that spoke different languages and maintained different customs. These diplomatic skills would later prove crucial when Eastern woodland peoples encountered European colonizers and needed to navigate rapidly changing political situations. Environmental management practices developed by Confederate communities created landscapes that supported large populations, while maintaining the ecological health and diversity that sustained both human communities and the natural world. The garden wilderness that European explorers encountered along the eastern seaboard was actually the product of sophisticated environmental management that combined controlled burning, selective harvesting, and other techniques that enhanced rather than depleted natural productivity. While the eastern woodlands were developing sophisticated confederacies and the southwest was consolidating into mesa-top pueblos, the vast grasslands stretching from Canada to Texas were witnessing their own remarkable transformation. Along the rivers that cut through endless seas of grass, Plains peoples were creating a unique blend of settled agriculture and mobile hunting that would prove to be one of North America's most successful adaptations to a challenging environment. The earth lodge settlements that dotted river valleys from the Missouri to the Platte represented architectural innovations perfectly suited to plains conditions. These weren't temporary shelters, but permanent villages where families might live for generations. Their substantial dwellings designed to withstand the fierce winds, sudden storms, and temperature extremes that characterized life on the Great Plains. Building an earth lodge required understanding both engineering principles and local environmental conditions. The massive wooden framework, usually cottonwood logs cut from riverbank groves, had to be strong enough to support tons of earth and sod, while flexible enough to survive the constant wind that swept across the grasslands. The earth covering provided insulation that kept interiors cool during blazing summer heat and warm during winters when temperatures might drop far below zero. Corn cultivation along plains rivers required agricultural techniques adapted to conditions unlike anywhere else in North America. Farmers developed varieties that could survive both drought and flood, planted in carefully chosen locations that took advantage of river bottom fertility while avoiding areas prone to flash flooding. Storage techniques became crucial in an environment where crop failure could mean starvation, leading to the development of underground caches and specialized granaries that could preserve surplus food for years. Hunting intensification. But agriculture was only half the story of plains transformation. The other half was written in the dust clouds raised by massive bison herds that darkened the grasslands from horizon to horizon during their seasonal migrations. Plains peoples had developed hunting techniques that allowed relatively small groups to harvest enormous quantities of meat, hides, and other materials from these mobile resources. Communal bison drives represented some of the most sophisticated hunting operations ever developed by human societies. These weren't random stampedes, but carefully planned operations that might involve hundreds of people working in coordination over weeks or months. Hunters built drive lines, carefully placed stone cairns and brush piles that created funnel-shaped pathways leading toward cliff edges, or specially constructed corrals where entire herds could be trapped and killed. The famous buffalo jumps scattered across the northern plains were engineering marvels that required understanding animal behavior, landscape features, and group psychology. Hunters had to position themselves perfectly to turn grazing herds toward the drive lines, then coordinate the timing of the final rush that would send hundreds of bison over cliff edges to their deaths below. A single successful jump could provide enough meat, hides, and other materials to sustain entire communities through harsh winters. Meat processing after successful hunts became incredibly efficient operations that wasted virtually nothing from the massive animals. Women's work groups could process dozens of bison in days, cutting meat into strips for drying, rendering fat for pemmican production, preparing hides for dozens of different uses, and saving bones, horns, and other materials for tools, containers, and ceremonial objects. Trade center development. The combination of agricultural surplus and hunting success made plains villages natural centers for trade networks that connected regions across half the continent. The central location of the Great Plains, positioned between the eastern woodlands and the southwest, between the Arctic and the southeast, made plains communities crucial links in commerce that moved goods across vast distances. Trade relationships brought exotic materials from thousands of miles away to plains villages, where they were worked into valuable goods or passed along to other trading partners. Pacific coast shells appeared in plains burial sites, while plains-produced items like bison robes and pemmican found their way to communities that had never seen the great grasslands. Turquoise from southwest mines was worked into ornaments by plains artisans, while plains copper work influenced artistic traditions in distant regions. Interregional commerce required diplomatic skills and cultural knowledge that connected Plains peoples to the wider world of North American civilization. Traders needed to understand not just different languages, but different customs, different value systems, and different political relationships that governed commerce between diverse communities. The success of Plains trade networks demonstrates the sophistication of indigenous diplomatic and commercial relationships that European observers would later completely underestimate. Nomadic adaptations. Not all Plains peoples lived in permanent villages. Some communities had developed completely mobile lifestyles that allowed them to follow the great bison herds across seasonal migration routes that might stretch for hundreds of miles. These nomadic adaptations required technologies and social organization that maximized mobility while maintaining the cultural traditions and social relationships that defined community identity. Portable technology reached extraordinary levels of sophistication among nomadic Plains groups. Everything they owned had to be light enough to carry yet durable enough to withstand constant movement across challenging terrain. Tipis represented perfect solutions to mobile housing needs, structures that could be erected quickly by small groups yet provided comfortable shelter for extended families. The engineering principles behind tipi construction, the precise angles, the ventilation systems, the anchor points that could survive Plains windstorms, reflected centuries of refinement and innovation. Social flexibility became crucial for groups whose survival depended on their ability to adapt quickly to changing conditions. Leadership patterns emphasized situational authority rather than fixed hierarchy, with different individuals taking charge depending on the specific challenges facing the community. Military leaders might direct the group during periods of conflict, while hunting specialists took authority during bison drives, and diplomatic experts handled relationships with other groups. Warrior societies. The mobility and resources available to Plains peoples supported the development of warrior traditions that became legendary for their courage, skill, and elaborate ceremonial traditions. Warrior societies weren't just military organizations, but complete social institutions that provided identity, training, and status for young men while creating bonds that strengthened entire communities. Age-grade systems moved young men through increasingly responsible roles within their communities, from childhood games that taught hunting and fighting skills to formal warrior society membership that brought both privileges and obligations. Different societies had different specialties, traditions, and ceremonial responsibilities, creating diversity within unity that strengthened rather than divided Plains communities. Military organization became increasingly sophisticated as groups competed for access to the best hunting territories and trade relationships. Warrior societies developed tactics, strategies, and codes of conduct that governed everything from individual combat to large-scale conflicts between different groups. Honor codes emphasized courage, generosity, and protection of community members, while creating standards of behavior that earned respect from both friends and enemies. Spiritual practices. Plains spiritual traditions reflected the unique environment and lifestyle of grassland peoples, emphasizing individual spiritual experience, connection with animal powers, and harmony with the vast natural forces that shaped Plains life. Vision quests became central to Plains religious practice, with young people seeking spiritual guidance through solitary retreat in remote locations where they might receive visions that would guide their adult lives. Medicine bundles contained sacred objects that connected their owners to spiritual powers and protective spirits. These weren't just religious artifacts, but practical sources of power that could ensure success in hunting, warfare, healing, and other crucial activities. The knowledge needed to maintain and use medicine bundles was passed down through generations of spiritual specialists who preserved essential cultural and religious information. Ceremonial cycles connected Plains communities to seasonal rhythms and cosmic patterns, while reinforcing social relationships and cultural values. Sun dances, pipe ceremonies, and other major rituals brought together people from multiple communities for celebrations that combined spiritual observance, social interaction, and cultural education in ways that maintained Plains identity across vast territories and diverse groups. Environmental knowledge. Success on the Great Plains required environmental knowledge so detailed and accurate that it amazed later European observers who struggled to survive in the same environments where plains peoples thrived for centuries. Understanding weather patterns meant being able to predict dangerous storms, drought conditions, and seasonal changes that could mean the difference between abundance and starvation. Animal behavior knowledge included not just hunting skills, but understanding migration patterns, breeding cycles, feeding preferences, and social organization of dozens of different species. Plains peoples could predict where bison herds would be months in advance, knew which areas would provide the best hunting at different times of year, and understood the complex relationships between different animal populations and environmental conditions. Seasonal timing coordinated all aspects of plains life with natural rhythms that governed everything from plant growth to animal movements to weather patterns. Knowing when to plant, when to harvest, when to hunt, when to travel, when to prepare for winter, all required calendars based on careful observation of natural phenomena and maintained through oral traditions that preserved essential information across generations. Cultural diversity. Despite sharing similar environments and facing similar challenges, plains peoples maintained remarkable cultural diversity that reflected different historical origins, different adaptive strategies, and different relationships with neighboring regions. Multiple language families were represented among plains groups, from Algonquian speakers in the north to Caddoan speakers in the south, from Siouan speakers in the east to Uto-Aztecan speakers in the west. Different traditions reflected different solutions to similar challenges, with some groups emphasizing agricultural stability, while others focused on mobile hunting, some developing elaborate warrior societies while others emphasized peaceful trade relationships, some maintaining close connections to eastern woodland cultures, while others looked towards southwest civilizations for inspiration and exchange. Adaptive strategies varied according to local conditions, historical circumstances, and cultural preferences, creating a mosaic of plains cultures that shared certain basic features while maintaining distinct identities and traditions. This diversity strengthened rather than weakened plain civilization, providing multiple solutions to environmental challenges and creating networks of mutual support that could respond effectively to changing conditions. 500-plus distinct groups. If the Great Plains represented successful adaptation to grassland environments, California demonstrated something even more remarkable: how a single region could support unprecedented cultural diversity through sophisticated management of incredibly varied environmental resources. By 1400 CE, California was home to over 500 distinct cultural groups speaking languages from at least 20 different language families, creating the most linguistically and culturally diverse region in all of North America. This extraordinary diversity wasn't random but reflected careful adaptation to California's incredible environmental variety. From coastal redwood forests to high mountain valleys, from rich river deltas to harsh deserts, from temperate grasslands to Mediterranean climate hills, California offered dozens of different environmental niches that could support human communities using different technologies and different strategies. The processing techniques themselves were marvels of food science that removed toxic tannins while preserving nutritional value. Acorns were cracked with specialized tools, ground into flour using perfectly shaped mortars and pestles, then leached with water in carefully constructed basins that allowed the bitter tannins to be washed away, while preserving the proteins, carbohydrates, and fats that made acorn flour more nutritious than wheat. Storage systems allowed communities to preserve processed acorn flour for months or even years, creating surplus food supplies that could support populations through lean periods and provide security against environmental fluctuations. Specially constructed granaries protected stored food from moisture, insects, and rodents, while allowing air circulation that prevented spoilage. Seasonal cycles coordinated acorn harvest with other food-gathering activities, creating annual schedules that maximized access to diverse food resources. Acorn harvesting areas were managed like gardens, with controlled burning that cleared undergrowth, selective harvesting that encouraged productive trees, and protection of groves that ensured long-term productivity. Basket artistry. The abundance provided by acorn economies supported artistic traditions that reached extraordinary levels of technical perfection and aesthetic achievement. California basket weaving represented one of humanity's greatest achievements in fiber arts, with artisans creating containers, clothing, and ceremonial objects that combined practical functionality with breathtaking beauty. Technical perfection in California basketry reached levels that amazed museum curators and collectors worldwide. Baskets were woven so tightly they could hold water without any additional waterproofing, created with stitches so fine that hundreds might be found in a single square inch, and shaped with such precision that vessels could be nested together in perfect sets. The techniques required to achieve such technical excellence demanded years of training and practice, creating specialized knowledge that was passed down through generations of master weavers. Artistic expression in basketry created designs of incredible complexity and beauty that reflected cultural values, family histories, and spiritual beliefs. Different regions developed distinctive artistic styles that could be recognized immediately by knowledgeable observers, while individual artists created personal variations that marked their work as unique. Geometric patterns, stylized animal figures, and abstract designs that carried deep cultural meanings were woven into baskets that functioned simultaneously as practical containers and artistic masterpieces. The materials used in basket making required detailed knowledge of plant resources and sophisticated processing techniques. Different plants provided different colors, textures, and working properties, and master weavers knew where to find the best materials, when to harvest them for optimal quality, and how to process them to achieve specific effects. Some baskets incorporated dozens of different plant materials, each selected and prepared according to traditional knowledge that represented centuries of accumulated expertise. Trade networks. California's diverse environments and abundant resources made the region a center for trade networks that connected communities across western North America. The region's location between the Pacific Ocean and interior regions made it a natural meeting place for groups with different resources and different needs, creating commercial relationships that enriched communities throughout the West. Obsidian distribution from California volcanic sources created one of North America's most extensive trade networks, with the sharp volcanic glass appearing in archaeological sites from Alaska to Mexico. California communities controlled access to some of the continent's highest quality obsidian sources and developed techniques for working the material into tools and ornamental objects that were prized throughout western North America. Shell ornament exchange brought marine shells from California beaches to communities hundreds of miles inland, where they were worked into beads, pendants, and ceremonial objects that marked status and wealth. The techniques for working shells into finished products were complex and time-consuming, creating valuable trade goods that could be exchanged for exotic materials from distant regions. Resource sharing between different California communities created networks of mutual support that could redistribute abundance from areas with surplus to communities facing temporary shortages. These weren't simple commercial transactions, but complex social relationships that involved obligations, reciprocity, and long-term commitments that strengthened bonds between different groups. Political organization. California's cultural diversity was reflected in political organization that ranged from small autonomous bands to complex multi-village chiefdoms, with most communities organized as tribalies that balanced local autonomy with regional cooperation. These political systems were perfectly adapted to California environments and social conditions, providing governance that was both flexible and effective. Tribal organization typically included several related villages that shared territory, resources, and cultural identity, while maintaining considerable local autonomy. Leadership patterns emphasized consensus building and situational authority rather than rigid hierarchy, with different individuals taking responsibility for different aspects of community life according to their expertise and community recognition. Village autonomy allowed individual communities to make decisions that affected their daily lives while participating in larger networks that provided security, trade opportunities, and cultural exchange. This balance between independence and cooperation created political systems that were remarkably stable and effective, avoiding both the chaos of complete fragmentation and the rigidity of overly centralized authority. Regional alliances connected tribulas that shared similar environments, cultural traditions, or historical relationships, creating larger networks that could coordinate responses to external threats, environmental challenges, or opportunities for mutual benefit. These alliances were typically informal and flexible, activated for specific purposes rather than maintained as permanent political institutions. Environmental management. California's remarkable diversity and abundance weren't simply natural phenomena, but the results of sophisticated environmental management that enhanced, rather than depleted, natural productivity. California peoples had developed techniques for managing landscapes that increased biodiversity, improved resource availability, and created the garden wilderness that amazed early European explorers. Controlled burning was perhaps the most important landscape management technique, used to clear undergrowth, encourage new plant growth, reduce fire danger, and maintain the park-like conditions that characterized much of California before European contact. Different areas were burned on different schedules according to local conditions and management objectives, creating mosaic landscapes that supported both human needs and natural ecological diversity. Resource cultivation techniques enhanced the productivity of wild plants without requiring formal agriculture. Useful plants were transplanted to convenient locations, seeds were scattered in areas where they would thrive, and plant communities were managed to increase the abundance of species that provided food, materials, or other benefits to human communities. Sustainable practices ensured that resource harvesting didn't damage the long-term productivity of the environments that supported California communities. Harvesting techniques, seasonal schedules, and conservation practices were designed to maintain ecological balance while providing for human needs, creating management systems that sustained both natural and human communities for thousands of years. By 1400 CE, Native American civilizations had reached an extraordinary pinnacle. Millions of people living in sophisticated societies from the Arctic to the Amazon. But the greatest challenges and achievements were still to come in the final century before European contact, as California's diverse peoples were perfecting their acorn economies, and plains communities were mastering the balance between village life and nomadic hunting. The southeastern heart of North America was experiencing what can only be called a renaissance, a flowering of art, politics, and spiritual achievement that represented the absolute peak of Mississippian civilization. This wasn't just recovery from earlier troubles, but transformation into something more magnificent than anything that had come before. Picture traveling through the southeast in the year 1450, and witnessing a landscape dominated by cities that would have impressed visitors from anywhere in the medieval world. Pyramid mounds rose from river valleys like artificial mountains, their flat tops crowned with temples and elite residences that gleamed with copper ornaments and shell decorations. Plaza areas larger than European town squares hosted ceremonies where thousands of people gathered under the leadership of chiefs whose authority extended across territories rivaling European kingdoms. The artistic achievements of this period created works that rank among the finest pre-Columbian art ever produced in North America. Master craftsmen working under elite patronage had unlimited access to exotic materials from across the continent, sophisticated tools and techniques refined over centuries, and the leisure time necessary to create objects of incredible complexity and beauty. This wasn't just craft production, but high art that expressed philosophical and religious ideas through visual symbolism of extraordinary sophistication. Political complexity reached levels that amazed later European observers who had expected to find simple tribal societies in the New World. Instead, they encountered governmental systems that coordinated the activities of hundreds of communities, managed trade relationships spanning thousands of miles, and maintained diplomatic protocols that rival anything developed in medieval Europe. Ceremonial center magnificence. At Moundville in Alabama, the ceremonial landscape had evolved into something that defied easy description. 29 pyramid mounds of different sizes arranged around a central plaza created an architectural complex that could accommodate tens of thousands of people during major ceremonies. The largest mound, rising 60 feet above the surrounding plain, supported buildings where paramount chiefs lived in splendor that rivaled royal courts anywhere in the world. Each mound served specific ceremonial and political functions within a complex that operated like a combination capital city, religious center, and trading hub. Smaller mounds housed different categories of elite individuals, military leaders, religious specialists, master craftsmen, and diplomatic officials whose specialized knowledge and skills were essential to maintaining Mississippian civilization. The arrangement wasn't random, but followed carefully planned principles that reflected both practical considerations and spiritual beliefs about cosmic order and social harmony. Spiro's burial chambers revealed wealth accumulation that seemed almost impossible for communities without metal money or written records. Single individuals were interred with thousands of shell beads, dozens of copper plates, elaborate stone sculptures, and artistic works that represented years or even decades of skilled labor. These weren't just wealthy people, but individuals whose status was so elevated that their deaths required the sacrifice of wealth that could have supported entire communities. Etowah's elite compounds demonstrated how Mississippian rulers lived in luxury that equaled anything available to medieval European nobility. Residential mounds supported houses built from the finest materials available, decorated with copper ornaments, shell inlays, and artistic works that transformed domestic spaces into galleries of masterpiece objects. Private storage facilities contained surplus food, exotic trade goods, and materials for craft production that marked these residences as centers of both consumption and production. Craft specialization. The wealth flowing through late Mississippian society supported craft specialization that reached unprecedented levels of technical excellence and artistic achievement. Shell-gorget engraving became a high art form practiced by master specialists whose work was recognized and valued across vast distances. These weren't simply decorative objects, but complex narrative artworks that illustrated mythological scenes, historical events, and spiritual concepts through visual symbolism that required years of training to understand and create. Individual engravers developed distinctive artistic styles that can be recognized in museum collections today, suggesting these were known artists whose work was specifically sought out by wealthy patrons. The technical skill required to create such works, understanding shell properties, mastering engraving techniques, developing artistic vision capable of translating complex ideas into visual form, speaks to artistic traditions maintained by specialists working within supportive cultural environments. Copper repoussé work reached levels of sophistication that wouldn't be equaled in North America for centuries after European contact. Master metalworkers created elaborate plates decorated with scenes that seemed to illustrate complex religious narratives involving supernatural beings, cosmic battles, and heroic figures whose exploits were probably celebrated in oral literature that has been lost to time. The technical knowledge required for such work, understanding metal properties, mastering hammering and forming techniques, developing the artistic skills necessary to create coherent narrative compositions, represents one of the highest achievements of pre-Columbian American art. Stone sculpture traditions produced works that combined technical mastery with powerful artistic expression. Carved figures, ceremonial pipes, and architectural elements demonstrate understanding of stone properties, sculptural techniques, and artistic principles that allowed craftsmen to transform raw materials into works of incredible beauty and spiritual power. Some sculptures show evidence of having been painted or decorated with other materials, suggesting they were even more impressive in their original form than the versions that survive today. Long-distance trade. The artistic achievements of the late Mississippian Renaissance were made possible by trade networks that had expanded to continental scales, bringing exotic materials and new ideas from regions thousands of miles away. Mexican copper bells appeared in Mississippian archaeological sites, indicating trade relationships that connected the southeast to Mesoamerican civilizations through intermediaries or direct contact that we're only beginning to understand. Great Lakes copper continued to flow southward in unprecedented quantities, with some sites containing thousands of copper objects that represent the work of specialized mining, transportation, and craft production systems operating on industrial scales. The logistics required to move such quantities of raw materials across such vast distances, organizing mining operations, coordinating transportation, managing trade relationships with dozens of different groups, speaks to commercial sophistication that rivals anything developed in the medieval world. Marine shells from both Pacific and Atlantic coasts appeared in Mississippian sites, worked into ornaments, ceremonial objects, and artistic works that demonstrated the global scope of indigenous American trade networks. Some shells came from sources over 2,000 miles away, indicating trade relationships that connected the Southeast communities across the entire continent through networks of exchange that moved goods through multiple intermediaries over vast distances. Population density. The success of late Mississippian trade and agricultural systems supported population densities that wouldn't be seen again in the Southeast until well after European colonization. Major centers housed thousands of residents, while smaller towns and villages dotted river valleys and fertile bottomlands throughout the region. This wasn't random settlement, but carefully planned population distribution that maximized agricultural productivity while maintaining the social and political relationships necessary for complex civilization. Agricultural intensification reached levels that supported not just large populations, but the leisure time necessary for artistic achievement, political sophistication, and religious elaboration. Farmers had developed techniques for maintaining soil fertility, managing water resources, and coordinating planting and harvesting activities that could feed dense populations while producing surplus food for trade and ceremonial consumption. Settlement hierarchy reflected political organization, with the largest communities serving as regional capitals where paramount chiefs maintained elaborate courts, medium-sized towns functioning as administrative and commercial centers, and smaller villages providing agricultural production and specialized craft goods. The system created networks of mutual dependence that strengthened political relationships while distributing economic benefits across entire regions. Urban planning principles governed the layout of major centers, with residential areas, craft production zones, ceremonial spaces, and defensive works arranged according to practical considerations and spiritual beliefs about proper social organization. The sophistication of these planned communities rivals anything developed elsewhere in the medieval world and demonstrates understanding of urban management principles that wouldn't reappear in North America until after European colonization. Religious elaboration. Late Mississippian religious traditions reached extraordinary levels of complexity and sophistication, with ceremonial practices that combined spiritual observance, political ritual, artistic expression, and social celebration in ways that reinforced all aspects of Mississippian civilization. Southern cult imagery became increasingly elaborate and standardized, suggesting religious traditions that were both widely shared and deeply meaningful to believers across vast distances. Mythological cycles preserved in artistic work seem to tell complex stories about supernatural beings, cosmic battles, and heroic adventures that probably form the basis for extensive oral literature traditions. These weren't simple religious symbols, but sophisticated narrative systems that explain the nature of reality, the proper relationships between humans and supernatural forces, and the role of political and religious leaders in maintaining cosmic order. Ritual complexity reached levels that required specialized knowledge and training to perform correctly, creating roles for religious specialists whose expertise was essential to community welfare and spiritual health. Major ceremonies brought together thousands of participants for celebrations that might last for days or weeks, requiring logistical coordination and resource management that speaks to sophisticated organizational capabilities. Political sophistication. Governing late Mississippian society required political innovations that went far beyond anything needed in smaller, simpler communities. Paramount chiefdoms controlled territories and populations that rivaled European kingdoms, requiring administrative systems, communication networks, and governance techniques that could coordinate activities across vast distances and diverse populations. Alliance systems connected chiefdoms that might be hundreds of miles apart, creating mutual defense agreements, trade relationships, and diplomatic protocols that maintained peace and cooperation across much of the southeast. These weren't simple military alliances, but complex political arrangements that involved kinship relationships, ceremonial obligations, and economic interdependence that created stability across the entire Mississippian world. Diplomatic protocols governed relationships between different chiefdoms and created procedures for resolving conflicts, negotiating agreements, and managing the complex interactions necessary for maintaining civilization at such scales. Evidence suggests these diplomatic traditions were sophisticated enough to handle everything from trade disputes to territorial conflicts to succession crises without resorting to destructive warfare. Cultural integration. Perhaps most remarkably, the late Mississippian Renaissance achieved cultural integration that created shared identity across enormous distances and diverse populations. Common artistic symbols, shared ceremonial practices, similar political structures, and compatible religious beliefs created a unified civilization that encompassed much of eastern North America, while still allowing for local variation and cultural diversity. Shared symbols appeared in artistic works from Oklahoma to Georgia, from Tennessee to Florida, suggesting religious and political ideas that were understood and valued across the entire Mississippian world. These weren't just trade goods or artistic influences, but fundamental cultural concepts that created common ground between communities that might otherwise have been divided by distance, language, or local traditions. Pan-regional identity emerged that allowed people to travel, trade, intermarry, and cooperate across vast distances because they shared enough common culture to understand each other and work together effectively. This cultural integration created one of North America's most successful civilizations, a society that combined unity with diversity, cooperation with autonomy, and shared traditions with local innovation in ways that sustained prosperity and peace for centuries. Great Law of Peace. While Mississippian civilization was reaching its artistic and political peak in the southeast, something equally revolutionary was happening in the forests of the northeast that would eventually influence the course of world history. The Haudenosaunee, or League of Five Nations, were creating the world's first constitutional democracy, a system of government based on principles that wouldn't appear in European political theory for centuries to come. The Great Law of Peace wasn't just a treaty between warring tribes, but a complete system of constitutional government that provided frameworks for everything from local decision-making to international relations. Unlike European monarchies where power flowed from the top down through divine right and hereditary privilege, Haudenosaunee government was based on the revolutionary idea that political authority should rise from the people themselves and serve their interests rather than the ambitions of rulers. This constitutional system was more sophisticated than most European governments of the same period, with carefully designed checks and balances that prevented the concentration of power while ensuring effective decision-making. Different nations within the Confederacy had different roles and responsibilities, creating a federal structure that balanced national unity with local autonomy in ways that wouldn't be attempted in European political systems for centuries. Representative democracy formed the foundation of Haudenosaunee government, with leaders chosen by their communities and accountable to the people they served. But this wasn't just male democracy. Women held the ultimate political authority, selecting the chiefs who would represent their clans and nations, while retaining the power to remove leaders who failed to serve their people effectively. Clan Mother System. At the heart of Haudenosaunee political innovation was the Clan Mother System, a form of government that gave women unprecedented political power and authority. This wasn't symbolic representation, but real, practical control over the most important political decisions, including the selection and removal of leaders, decisions about war and peace, and the management of resources and territory. Female leadership within the Haudenosaunee system wasn't based on individual achievement or inheritance, but on the recognition that women's roles as mothers and nurturers gave them special insight into the long-term welfare of their communities. Clan mothers weren't just political figures, but spiritual and social leaders whose authority derived from their responsibility for maintaining the cultural traditions and social relationships that held their communities together. Succession control remained entirely in the hands of clan mothers, who selected replacement chiefs when leaders died or were removed from office. This system ensured that political leadership remained responsive to community needs, rather than becoming a hereditary privilege that served elite interests over popular welfare. The process of selection involved careful consideration of candidates' character, abilities, and commitment to serving their people rather than themselves. Political balance was maintained through the clan mother system, because ultimate authority remained distributed among multiple women, representing different clans and communities, rather than being concentrated in the hands of any single individual or group. This created governmental systems that were both stable and responsive, capable of making effective decisions while preventing the concentration of power that had corrupted other political systems. Council procedures. The practical operation of Haudenosaunee democracy required sophisticated procedures for conducting meetings, making decisions, and implementing policies that could handle the complex business of governing a confederacy that included hundreds of communities spread across vast territories. Council meetings weren't chaotic free-for-alls, but carefully structured events governed by protocols that ensured all voices were heard while facilitating effective decision-making. Consensus building formed the foundation of Haudenosaunee decision-making, with discussion continuing until agreement could be reached that satisfied all parties, rather than simply imposing the will of the majority on dissenting minorities. This required patience, skill, and commitment to finding solutions that served everyone's interests, rather than simply winning political battles through superior numbers or influence. Debate protocols ensured that different viewpoints were presented fairly, and that decisions were made based on careful consideration of all relevant information rather than emotion, prejudice, or political manipulation. Speakers had to follow established procedures for presenting their arguments, responding to opposing views, and working toward consensus solutions that addressed everyone's concerns. The decision-making processes developed by the Haudenosaunee were more sophisticated than most democratic systems that would be developed centuries later, with careful attention to ensuring that decisions reflected genuine agreement, rather than mere compliance with majority rule. This created governmental systems that were both effective and legitimate, capable of implementing policies that had real popular support, rather than simply the acquiescence of defeated minorities. Peacemaker's vision. The constitutional innovations of the Haudenosaunee were based on the spiritual and political vision of the Peacemaker, whose teachings provided not just practical governmental techniques, but philosophical principles that recognized the fundamental dignity and worth of all human beings. This wasn't just political reform, but spiritual transformation that challenged the basic assumptions about power, authority, and human relationships that governed most societies. Unity principles taught by the Peacemaker emphasized that different peoples could maintain their distinct identities and traditions while working together for common benefit. This wasn't assimilation or conquest, but voluntary association based on shared values and mutual respect, a revolutionary concept that wouldn't appear in European political theory for centuries to come. Conflict resolution mechanisms built into Haudenosaunee governmental systems could handle disputes at multiple levels without resorting to warfare or authoritarian control. These weren't just practical techniques, but expressions of spiritual beliefs about the possibility of transforming enemies into allies through patient work, mutual understanding, and commitment to justice rather than revenge. International relations conducted according to Peacemaker principles created diplomatic traditions that amazed European observers and influenced the development of democratic government worldwide. The Haudenosaunee approach to dealing with other nations emphasized treaty-making, peaceful coexistence, and mutual respect rather than conquest, exploitation, or domination. Tree of Peace. The constitutional principles of Haudenosaunee government were expressed through powerful metaphors and symbols that made abstract political concepts accessible and memorable. The Tree of Peace served as a metaphorical constitution that explained the structure and operation of the Confederacy through imagery that connected political organization to natural and spiritual principles. The roots of the Tree of Peace represented the foundations of justice, equality, and righteousness that supported Haudenosaunee government. These weren't just political principles, but spiritual values that governed all aspects of community life and provided standards for evaluating the behavior of both leaders and citizens. The trunk of the tree represented the strength and unity that came from different nations working together according to shared principles while maintaining their individual identities and traditions. This wasn't uniformity, but diversity within unity, strength that came from cooperation rather than domination. The eagle perched atop the Tree of Peace served as a symbol of vigilance, watching for threats to the Confederacy, while also representing the spiritual oversight that ensured governmental decisions served the people's welfare rather than leaders' ambitions. This wasn't just symbolic, but practical. The system included mechanisms for monitoring governmental performance and removing leaders who failed to serve their people effectively. Condolence ceremony. One of the most remarkable innovations of Haudenosaunee constitutional government was the condolence ceremony, a systematic approach to healing the grief and anger that could disrupt political processes and destroy community relationships. This wasn't just ritual comfort, but practical political technology that addressed one of the most difficult challenges facing any governmental system: how to handle the intense emotions that surround political conflict and leadership transitions. Grief healing formed an essential component of Haudenosaunee political processes because leaders understood that unresolved emotional pain could poison political relationships and make effective governance impossible. The condolence ceremony provided structured ways to acknowledge loss, express grief, and work through the emotional healing necessary for communities to move forward together. Leadership succession became an opportunity for community renewal rather than political crisis, through ceremonies that honored deceased leaders while installing their successors in ways that emphasize continuity and stability rather than change and disruption. This created governmental systems that could handle the inevitable transitions of leadership without descending into conflict or chaos. Cultural continuity was maintained through ceremonies that connected contemporary political decisions to traditional values and historical precedents, ensuring that governmental innovations didn't abandon the cultural foundations that gave meaning and legitimacy to political authority. This created balance between tradition and innovation that allowed Haudenosaunee government to adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining its essential character and values. Federal structure. The governmental system developed by the Haudenosaunee created one of history's most successful federal structures, a form of organization that balanced local autonomy with Confederate unity in ways that respected the independence and identity of member nations while creating effective institutions for handling matters of common concern. Local autonomy remained intact within the Confederacy, with individual nations maintaining control over their internal affairs, cultural traditions, and community decisions. This wasn't just administrative convenience but recognition that different communities had different needs, preferences, and circumstances that required local control and decision-making authority. Confederate unity was achieved through institutions that could handle matters affecting multiple nations, diplomacy with external powers, coordination of military defense, management of trade relationships, and resolution of disputes between member communities. These Confederate institutions supplemented rather than replaced local governance, creating additional capacity rather than centralizing authority. Balanced governance emerged from the careful distribution of authority between local and Confederate institutions, with neither level of government dominating the other, but both working together according to constitutional principles that respected both community autonomy and collective welfare. This created governmental systems that were both effective and legitimate, capable of acting decisively when necessary, while maintaining popular support and democratic accountability. Influence on neighbors. The success of Haudenosaunee constitutional government created a diplomatic model that influenced governmental development throughout the Northeast and eventually contributed to the political innovations that would shape modern democratic systems worldwide. The Confederacy's approach to international relations demonstrated that different nations could coexist peacefully while maintaining their independence and cultural integrity. Peace treaties negotiated by the Haudenosaunee established precedents for diplomatic relationships based on mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and recognition of each nation's sovereignty, rather than conquest, exploitation, or domination. These weren't just agreements between similar peoples, but diplomatic innovations that created frameworks for relationships between fundamentally different societies with different languages, customs, and political systems. Alliance systems developed by the Haudenosaunee showed how independent nations could cooperate for mutual benefit while maintaining their autonomy and distinct identities. These alliances weren't based on submission to more powerful partners, but on recognition of shared interests and mutual respect that created strength through cooperation rather than domination. The diplomatic traditions and constitutional principles developed by the Haudenosaunee would later influence European colonial leaders who were searching for alternatives to monarchical government, contributing to the political innovations that would create modern democratic systems in North America and eventually worldwide. 1450-1500 CE flowering. As the Haudenosaunee were perfecting their constitutional democracy in the Northeast, and Mississippian civilization was reaching its artistic peak in the Southeast, the ancient Southwest was experiencing its own golden age, a remarkable flowering of cultural achievement that represented the culmination of over 1,000 years of adaptation, innovation, and artistic development in one of North America's most challenging environments. The Pueblo peoples who emerged from the consolidation period after Chaco Canyon's abandonment had created something remarkable. Communities that combined ancient wisdom with contemporary innovation, traditional practices with adaptive strategies, and local identity with regional cooperation in ways that produced one of the most successful and enduring civilizations in North American history. This wasn't just cultural persistence but active renaissance, a period when artistic traditions reached new heights of achievement, architectural techniques were refined to perfection, ceremonial systems achieved extraordinary complexity, and trade networks connected Southwest communities to peoples and resources across vast distances. The pueblos that Spanish explorers would encounter in the 1500s represented not decline from earlier achievements, but the flowering of traditions that had been refined and perfected over centuries. Pottery mastery. The pottery traditions that had begun centuries earlier reached absolute pinnacles of both technical excellence and artistic achievement during this Golden Age period. Pueblo potters weren't just making containers, but creating works of art that rank among the finest ceramics ever produced anywhere in the world, combining practical functionality with aesthetic beauty in ways that transformed everyday objects into masterpieces. Technical innovation during this period produced pottery that amazed later European observers and continues to influence ceramic artists today. Potters developed techniques for creating vessels of incredible thinness without sacrificing strength, achieved temperature control in firing that produced consistent results without modern equipment, and mastered clay preparation methods that eliminated impurities while maintaining workability. The precision achieved in vessel construction reached levels that seem almost impossible given the tools and techniques available. Pueblo potters could create perfectly symmetrical forms without potter's wheels, achieve uniform wall thickness throughout large vessels, and control proportions with mathematical precision that created vessels of extraordinary visual harmony and practical functionality. Artistic expression reached new heights of sophistication and beauty, with decorative traditions that combined geometric precision with creative innovation. Different pueblos developed distinctive artistic styles that reflected local preferences and cultural values while maintaining shared traditions that connected all Pueblo peoples to their common heritage. Cultural identity was expressed through pottery designs that carried deep meanings relating to clan relationships, religious beliefs, historical events, and spiritual connections to the natural world. These weren't just decorative patterns, but visual languages that communicated complex cultural information to viewers who understood their symbolic significance. Kachina tradition, perhaps the most remarkable religious innovation of the Pueblo Golden Age, was the full development of the Kachina tradition, a complex ceremonial system that connected communities to spiritual beings who controlled rainfall, crop growth, and the natural forces that sustained life in desert environments. This wasn't just religious belief, but practical spirituality that addressed the most pressing concerns of desert farmers, while creating some of the most beautiful and meaningful ceremonial traditions in North American history. Spiritual beings known as Kachinas were understood to be powerful supernatural entities who could bring the rain that made agriculture possible in arid environments, protect communities from natural disasters, and ensure the fertility and abundance necessary for human survival. These weren't distant gods, but active spiritual forces that could be contacted, honored, and influenced through proper ceremonial practices. Ceremonial cycles coordinated human activities with natural rhythms and spiritual requirements, creating annual schedules that integrated religious observance, agricultural practices, and community celebration in ways that reinforced all aspects of Pueblo life. Major ceremonies brought together entire communities for celebrations that might last for days, requiring enormous coordination and preparation while strengthening social bonds and cultural identity. Agricultural rituals connected farming activities to spiritual practices, with ceremonies for planting, cultivating, and harvesting that ensured divine assistance for crops, while teaching young people the knowledge and values they would need as adult community members. These weren't just symbolic observances, but practical spirituality that addressed real concerns about survival in challenging environments. The Kachina tradition also produced some of the most beautiful and sophisticated ritual art ever created in North America, with carved and painted wooden figures, elaborate ceremonial costumes, and masked dance performances that transformed religious observance into powerful artistic and spiritual experiences that continue to influence Native American art and spirituality today. Trade networks, the prosperity that supported Pueblo artistic and ceremonial achievements, was enhanced by trade networks that connected Southwest communities to resources and peoples across vast distances, creating commercial relationships that brought exotic materials, new ideas, and economic opportunities to desert communities that might otherwise have remained isolated. Turquoise mining remained one of the most important trade industries, with Pueblo miners extracting the blue-green stone from deposits across the Southwest and working it into beads, pendants, ornaments, and ceremonial objects that were valued throughout Western North America. The techniques for mining, processing, and working turquoise represented sophisticated knowledge of geology, chemistry, and craftsmanship that was passed down through generations of specialist workers. Shellworking created another major trade industry, with Pueblo artisans transforming marine shells acquired from both Pacific and Gulf coasts into jewelry, ceremonial objects, and decorative items that were prized for their beauty and spiritual significance. The techniques for cutting, drilling, carving, and polishing shell required specialized tools and skills that represented years of training and practice. Feather commerce brought tropical bird feathers from Mexico and Central America to Southwest communities, where they were incorporated into ceremonial costumes, religious objects, and artistic works that required exotic materials to achieve their full spiritual and aesthetic impact. These trade relationships connected Pueblo communities to tropical civilizations hundreds of miles to the south, creating cultural exchanges that enriched both regions. Village integration. The success of Pueblo Golden Age communities was based partly on sophisticated forms of social organization that integrated multiple villages, clans, and ceremonial societies into coherent communities that could coordinate complex activities while maintaining the flexibility and adaptability necessary for survival in challenging environments. Multi-plaza communities developed during this period represented architectural and social innovations that allowed large populations to live together while maintaining the social relationships and ceremonial practices that defined Pueblo identity. Different plazas might serve different ceremonial functions, host different types of activities, or provide gathering spaces for different clans or societies within the larger community. Clan organization provided the social framework that connected individuals to the larger community, while regulating marriage, inheritance, and ceremonial responsibilities according to traditional principles that maintained social harmony while preserving cultural traditions. Different clans might have different ceremonial duties, different territorial responsibilities, or different roles in community governance that created diversity within unity. Ceremonial coordination required sophisticated planning and organization that could integrate the activities of multiple villages, clans, and religious societies into annual cycles of observance that reinforced community identity while maintaining the spiritual practices essential for community welfare. Major ceremonies might involve hundreds of participants and require months of preparation, creating projects that strengthened social bonds while fulfilling religious obligations. Agricultural science. Supporting the large populations and complex societies of the Pueblo Golden Age required agricultural innovations that pushed desert farming to new levels of productivity and reliability. Pueblo farmers weren't just growing crops but practicing sophisticated agricultural science that maximized production while maintaining long-term sustainability in one of North America's most challenging farming environments. Terracing systems carved into hillsides and canyon walls created level planting areas that captured and retained precious rainfall, while preventing soil erosion that could destroy agricultural land. These weren't simple earthworks, but sophisticated engineering projects that required understanding of water flow, soil properties, and construction techniques that could create durable agricultural infrastructure. Irrigation management reached extraordinary levels of sophistication, with canal systems, check dams, and water storage facilities that could capture, store, and distribute water with efficiency that amazed later European observers. Pueblo farmers understood hydraulic principles, soil science, and water management techniques that allowed them to farm successfully in areas that seemed barely habitable to outsiders. Crop diversity ensured that communities wouldn't face starvation if particular crops failed, while also providing the nutritional variety necessary for healthy populations. Pueblo farmers grew dozens of different varieties of corn, beans, squash, and other crops, each selected for specific characteristics that made them suitable for particular growing conditions, soil types, or seasonal requirements. Defensive architecture. The security that allowed Pueblo Golden Age communities to flourish was partly provided by architectural innovations that created defensible settlements capable of protecting large populations while maintaining the open, cooperative community life that characterized Pueblo society. This represented a balance between security needs and social values that produced distinctive architectural solutions found nowhere else in North America. Strategic positioning of communities on mesotops, canyon sites, and other naturally defensible locations provided security advantages while offering access to agricultural land, water sources, and trade routes necessary for community prosperity. Site selection reflected sophisticated understanding of both military and economic considerations that could provide long-term security and sustainability. Community protection was achieved through architectural designs that could accommodate large populations in defensible locations while providing the communal spaces, ceremonial facilities, and storage areas necessary for complex community life. These weren't just fortifications, but complete community planning that integrated security considerations with social and cultural requirements. The defensive innovations developed during this period created architectural traditions that would continue to influence Pueblo building techniques for centuries to come, demonstrating how communities could adapt to security challenges while maintaining their essential cultural character and social organization. Cultural synthesis. Perhaps most remarkably, the Pueblo Golden Age achieved a synthesis of ancient traditions and contemporary innovations that created communities which were both deeply rooted in historical precedent and perfectly adapted to contemporary circumstances. This wasn't just cultural preservation, but active cultural development that honoured the past while creating new solutions to contemporary challenges. Ancient traditions provided the foundation for Golden Age achievements, with ceremonial practices, artistic techniques, architectural knowledge, and social organisation that connected contemporary communities to their ancestral heritage, while providing proven solutions to the challenges of desert life. Contemporary innovations built upon these traditional foundations to create new possibilities for community life, artistic expression, religious practice, and economic prosperity that enhanced rather than replaced traditional practices. Adaptive strategies developed during the Golden Age would prove crucial for Pueblo survival during the challenges that lay ahead, providing communities with the flexibility, resilience, and cultural strength necessary to maintain their identity and independence even when facing unprecedented pressures and changes. While Pueblo communities were perfecting their desert Golden Age in the southwest, the misty mountains of the southern Appalachians were home to another remarkable civilization that had learned to thrive in one of eastern North America's most challenging yet beautiful environments. The Cherokee people had spent centuries adapting to mountain life, creating communities that took full advantage of the region's incredible diversity, from fertile river valleys perfect for agriculture to high mountain ridges rich with game and wild plants. The genius of Cherokee adaptation lay in understanding how to use every environmental niche that the mountains offered. River valleys provided rich bottomland perfect for growing corn, beans, and squash, while mountain slopes offered hunting grounds where deer, bear, and smaller game could be found in abundance. Higher elevations provided different plants and resources that complemented valley agriculture, creating a complete ecosystem that could support large populations without depleting any single resource. Cherokee farmers had developed techniques specifically suited to mountain agriculture, where steep slopes, unpredictable weather, and varying soil conditions required different approaches than the level fields used by plains or southeastern peoples. They learned to read mountain weather patterns, choose planting locations that would be protected from late frosts, and manage fields on slopes without losing precious soil to erosion. Seasonal territories allowed Cherokee communities to move between different resource areas, according to annual cycles that maximized their access to varied foods and materials. Spring might find families in valley locations where early plants could be gathered and fields prepared. Summer brought them to higher elevations where berries ripened and hunting was best. Fall meant returning to the valleys for harvest, while winter often saw communities settled in protected locations where stored food and winter hunting could sustain them through the cold months. Town organization. Cherokee society had evolved a sophisticated system of town organization that balanced local autonomy with regional cooperation, creating communities that could handle their own affairs while participating in larger networks that provided security, trade opportunities, and cultural exchange. This wasn't random settlement, but carefully planned social organization that reflected centuries of experience in mountain living. Mother towns served as regional centers where important ceremonies were held, councils met to discuss matters affecting multiple communities, and trade goods were exchanged between different areas. These weren't just large villages, but specialized communities that provided services and leadership for entire regions, housing the religious specialists, political leaders, and skilled craftspeople whose knowledge was essential to Cherokee civilization. Daughter settlements spread throughout Cherokee territory provided local governance and economic production, while maintaining connections to their mother towns through kinship relationships, ceremonial obligations, and political alliances. This system allowed Cherokee territory to be settled densely enough to control resources and defend against enemies, while maintaining the flexibility to respond to local conditions and opportunities. Clan territories created another layer of organization that connected people across multiple towns and settlements through kinship relationships that transcended local boundaries. Members of the same clan could expect hospitality, assistance, and protection when traveling between different Cherokee communities, creating networks of mutual support that strengthened the entire Cherokee Nation. Council governance. Cherokee political organization represented one of North America's most sophisticated experiments in democratic government, with council systems that operated at multiple levels to handle everything from local disputes to international relations. Village councils managed everyday affairs that affected individual communities, while regional councils brought together representatives from multiple towns to deal with issues that affected larger areas. These weren't simple meetings, but carefully structured governmental processes that used sophisticated procedures for debate, decision-making, and implementation of policies that could affect thousands of people. Cherokee councils emphasized consensus building and thorough discussion of all viewpoints before reaching decisions, ensuring that policies had genuine popular support rather than being imposed by powerful minorities. The balance between different types of leadership created governmental systems that could respond effectively to different types of challenges. Civil chiefs handled diplomatic relationships and everyday governance, while war chiefs took responsibility for military affairs and external threats. Religious leaders maintained the ceremonial knowledge necessary for community spiritual health, while clan leaders managed kinship relationships and social obligations. Cultural achievements. The security and prosperity of Cherokee Mountain communities supported cultural achievements that represented high points in southeastern artistic and intellectual development. Cherokee pottery traditions created vessels that combined practical functionality with artistic beauty, featuring distinctive designs and technical excellence that were recognized and valued throughout the Southeast. Basket artistry reached extraordinary levels of sophistication, with Cherokee weavers creating containers, clothing, and ceremonial objects that demonstrated mastery of materials and techniques passed down through generations of skilled craftspeople. The techniques for processing plant fibers, achieving different colors and textures, and creating complex patterns required years of training and represented some of the finest fiber arts produced in eastern North America. Oral literature traditions preserved in Cherokee communities included epic cycles, historical narratives, and teaching stories that maintained cultural knowledge while providing entertainment and education for community members. These weren't just stories, but complete literary traditions that preserved essential information about Cherokee history, values, and relationships with the natural world. Trade relationships. Cherokee communities were connected to trade networks that spanned much of eastern North America, providing access to exotic materials and manufactured goods while creating markets for Cherokee products and services. The mountain location of Cherokee territory made it a natural meeting place between different regions, creating opportunities for Cherokee traders to serve as intermediaries between peoples who might otherwise have had little contact. Southeastern networks connected Cherokee communities to the great Mississippian centers like Etowah and Moundville, providing access to copper goods, marine shells, and artistic works that enriched Cherokee cultural life, while creating markets for Cherokee products like deerskins, medicinal plants, and craft goods that were valued throughout the region. The commodities most valued by Cherokee trading partners included deerskins, processed using Cherokee techniques that produced leather of exceptional quality, medicinal plants that grew in mountain environments and were processed according to traditional Cherokee knowledge, and craft goods that demonstrated Cherokee artistic skills and cultural values. Clan system. Cherokee social organization was based on a clan system that created kinship relationships extending far beyond immediate family connections, providing identity, security, and social structure that governed everything from marriage rules to political relationships to ceremonial responsibilities. The 7 Cherokee clans, Wolf, Longhair, Paint, Bird, Deer, Wild Potato, and Blue, weren't just family groups but complete social institutions that connected people across vast territories. Kinship rules governed by clan membership determined who could marry whom, how inheritance would be passed down, and what obligations people had to their relatives. These weren't just social customs, but practical systems that prevented inbreeding, ensured that children would be cared for, and created networks of mutual support that strengthened entire communities. Social organization based on clan membership created identity that transcended local boundaries, allowing Cherokee people to travel safely throughout Cherokee territory and find relatives who would provide hospitality and assistance. Clan relationships also played important roles in political and ceremonial life, with different clans having different responsibilities and privileges that contributed to the overall functioning of Cherokee society. Ceremonial cycles. Cherokee religious and social life was organized around ceremonial cycles that connected human activities to natural rhythms and spiritual requirements, creating annual schedules of observance that reinforced community bonds while maintaining relationships with the supernatural forces that governed Cherokee life. The Green Corn Ceremony marked the most important celebration of the Cherokee year, combining harvest thanksgiving with spiritual renewal and community celebration. Seasonal observances tracked natural cycles and agricultural activities, with ceremonies for planting, cultivating, and harvesting that ensured divine assistance for crops, while teaching young people the knowledge and values they would need as adult community members. These weren't just religious rituals, but complete cultural events that combined spiritual practice, education, entertainment, and social interaction. Community rituals brought together people from multiple towns for celebrations that might last for days, requiring enormous coordination and preparation, while strengthening the social bonds and cultural identity that held Cherokee society together. Major ceremonies provided opportunities for trade, diplomacy, courtship, and cultural exchange that enriched Cherokee life while maintaining connections between dispersed communities. Political innovation. Cherokee governmental systems represented sophisticated experiments in democratic organization that influenced political development throughout the Southeast and beyond. Democratic traditions emphasized popular participation in decision. Consensus building formed the foundation of Cherokee political processes, with discussion continuing until agreement could be reached that satisfied all parties, rather than simply imposing majority will on dissenting minorities. This required patience, skill, and commitment to finding solutions that served everyone's interests rather than winning political victories through superior numbers or influence. Peaceful succession mechanisms ensured that leadership transitions didn't disrupt community life or create conflicts that could weaken Cherokee society. Leaders were chosen based on their ability to serve their people effectively, and systems existed for removing leaders who failed to meet community expectations or serve community interests. Wild rice cultivation. In the lake-studded forests of the western Great Lakes region, Ojibwe, Dakota, and other woodland peoples had developed one of North America's most successful relationships with a wild food resource. Wild rice wasn't cultivated in the agricultural sense, but it was carefully managed, harvested and processed using techniques so sophisticated that they supported dense populations and complex societies without depleting the resource that sustained them. Seasonal harvesting of wild rice required timing so precise that communities organized their entire annual cycles around the brief period when the grain was perfectly ripe for gathering. Too early, and the kernels wouldn't have developed their full nutritional value. Too late, and wind and weather would scatter the precious grain before it could be collected. Great Lakes peoples had learned to read subtle signs in plant growth, weather patterns, and water conditions that told them exactly when harvesting should begin. The harvesting techniques themselves were marvels of efficiency and sustainability. Teams of harvesters worked from lightweight canoes, using specially carved sticks to bend rice stalks over their canoes while knocking the ripe kernels into bark-lined boats. The techniques were designed to take only the mature grain while leaving enough seed to ensure future harvests, creating a management system that actually increased wild rice production over time. Processing wild rice into edible food required knowledge and techniques that transformed a tough, inedible grain into nutritious food that could be stored for months. The grain had to be dried, parched, winnowed, and processed using specialized tools and techniques that removed inedible husks while preserving nutritional value. Properly processed wild rice became a trade commodity so valuable it was sometimes used as currency in intertribal commerce. Birch bark technology. The birch forests of the Great Lakes region provided materials for one of North America's most sophisticated bark working traditions. Birch bark wasn't just a convenient material, but the foundation for technologies that allowed Great Lakes peoples to thrive in environments where other materials were scarce or unavailable. Canoe construction using birch bark created some of the finest watercraft ever developed for inland navigation. Great Lakes canoes were lightweight enough to be carried by one person, yet strong enough to carry heavy loads through rough water. The construction techniques required understanding bark properties, wood selection, and joining methods that created vessels strong enough for dangerous waters, while remaining flexible enough to survive impacts that would destroy rigid boats. The genius of birch bark canoe design lay in the marriage of different materials: birch bark for the hull, cedar for the frame, spruce roots for thread, and pine pitch for waterproofing, each chosen for specific properties that contributed to the overall performance of the finished vessel. Master canoe builders understood how these materials would interact, how they would age and change over time, and how to maintain and repair canoes to ensure long service life. Container making using birch bark produced everything from small bowls to massive storage containers that could hold hundreds of pounds of food or materials. Birch bark containers were waterproof, lightweight, and could be decorated with intricate artistic designs that made them beautiful as well as functional. The techniques for cutting, folding, and sewing birch bark required years of training and produced containers that were perfectly adapted to the needs of mobile forest peoples. Artistic decoration of birch bark objects created some of the finest decorative arts produced in the eastern woodlands. Designs were created by scraping away outer bark layers to reveal lighter colors underneath, creating intricate geometric patterns and representational images that told stories, recorded historical events, or simply provided aesthetic pleasure. Copper working. The Great Lakes region was home to some of the richest native copper deposits in North America, and the peoples of this region had developed copper working traditions that produced some of the finest metalwork created anywhere in the pre-Columbian Americas. This wasn't simple hammering of raw metal, but sophisticated metallurgy that created tools, ornaments, and ceremonial objects of incredible beauty and technical excellence. Native metal sources around Lake Superior provided copper in nearly pure form that could be worked without smelting or complex chemical processing. But extracting this copper from ancient lava flows required mining techniques, tools, and knowledge that represented sophisticated understanding of geology and metalworking. Miners followed copper veins deep into rock faces, using fire and water to crack stone, then carefully extracting the metal using stone hammers and wooden wedges. Tool production using Great Lakes copper created implements that were superior to stone tools for many purposes. Copper knives held sharper edges than stone, copper awls and needles were more precise than bone equivalents, and copper fishing hooks were stronger and more reliable than anything made from other materials. These weren't just prestigious objects, but practical tools that improved the quality of life for peoples who had access to them. Ornamental objects made from Great Lakes copper appeared in archaeological sites throughout eastern North America, demonstrating the extent of trade networks that moved this valuable material across vast distances. Copper breastplates, ear ornaments, beads, and ceremonial objects created by Great Lakes metalworkers were prized possessions that marked their owners' wealth and status, while demonstrating the technical skill of their creators. Midewiwin society. The prosperity and cultural complexity of Great Lakes woodland peoples supported religious traditions that preserved essential cultural knowledge while providing spiritual guidance for communities facing the challenges of forest life. The Midewiwin, or Grand Medicine Lodge, represented one of North America's most sophisticated religious and educational institutions, combining spiritual practice with practical education and cultural preservation. The Grand Medicine Lodge wasn't just a building, but a complete educational and spiritual system that preserved essential knowledge about medicine, history, spiritual practices, and cultural traditions. Members of the Midewiwin underwent years of training that taught them not just religious ceremonies, but practical skills like herbal medicine, weather prediction, and diplomatic protocols that were essential for community leadership. Spiritual traditions preserved within the Midewiwin included complex ceremonial cycles, sacred songs and stories, and religious practices that connected Great Lakes peoples to the natural and supernatural forces that governed their lives. These weren't just beliefs, but practical spirituality that addressed real concerns about health, prosperity, and community welfare. Cultural preservation through the Midewiwin ensured that essential knowledge wouldn't be lost even if communities faced disasters or disruptions that might otherwise destroy cultural traditions. The society's emphasis on memorization, teaching, and initiation created multiple layers of backup that protected crucial information while ensuring it would be passed on to future generations. Clan organization. Great Lakes societies were organized around clan systems that created kinship relationships extending far beyond immediate families, providing social organization that governed everything from marriage rules to political relationships to territorial rights. Totem systems identified different clans with specific animals, bear, eagle, turtle, fish, that served as spiritual guardians and cultural symbols for clan members. Kinship networks created by clan organization connected people across vast territories, allowing for travel, trade, and cooperation between communities that might be hundreds of miles apart. Members of the same clan could expect hospitality and assistance when visiting distant communities, creating social safety nets that strengthened entire regions. Territorial rights governed by clan membership determined which families had access to specific hunting grounds, fishing areas, wild rice beds, and other crucial resources. These weren't just informal understandings but complex systems of resource management that prevented conflicts while ensuring equitable access to the materials necessary for survival and prosperity. Trade networks. The location of Great Lakes woodland peoples at the intersection of different environmental regions made them natural centers for trade networks that connected the eastern woodlands, the Great Plains, and the subarctic in systems of commerce that moved goods across half the continent. Regional commerce brought together peoples with different resources and different needs, creating markets where Great Lakes copper could be exchanged for plains bison products, eastern woodlands agricultural surplus, or subarctic furs. These weren't just economic transactions, but social relationships that created bonds between different peoples while providing access to materials and goods that enriched everyone's quality of life. Resource exchange through trade networks allowed Great Lakes peoples to obtain materials that weren't available in their own territories, while providing markets for their own surplus production. Wild rice, birch bark goods, copper products, and other Great Lakes specialties were valued throughout much of North America. Alliance building through trade relationships created political and military partnerships that provided security and mutual support during times of crisis. Trading partners often became military allies, marriage partners, and political associates whose relationships strengthened entire regions against external threats or internal conflicts. Potlatch economy. Along the Pacific Northwest coast, from northern California to southeast Alaska, indigenous peoples had developed what was perhaps the most sophisticated non-agricultural economy in human history. The potlatch system represented more than just elaborate parties. It was a complete economic and political institution that redistributed wealth, maintained social relationships, and demonstrated political power in ways that created stability and prosperity for thousands of years. Wealth redistribution through potlatch ceremonies ensured that resources flowed from those who had abundance to those who needed support, creating social safety nets that prevented any community members from facing serious hardship, while ensuring that successful individuals could gain prestige and political influence through generosity rather than hoarding. The scale of potlatch wealth distribution could be staggering. A single ceremony might see a chief give away thousands of blankets, tons of dried salmon, dozens of canoes, and elaborate artistic works that represented years of skilled labor. This wasn't economic waste, but sophisticated resource management that converted surplus wealth into political influence, while ensuring that resources were used for community benefit rather than individual accumulation. Status competition through potlatch ceremonies created incentives for economic production and artistic achievement that drove Pacific Northwest cultures to extraordinary levels of prosperity and cultural sophistication. chiefs competed to host the most elaborate ceremonies and give away the most valuable gifts, creating demand for craft production, resource harvesting, and artistic work that supported specialists and enriched entire communities. Alliance building through potlatch ceremonies created political relationships that connected communities across hundreds of miles of coastline, creating networks of mutual support and cooperation that could respond effectively to external threats or internal challenges while maintaining the cultural diversity that characterized Pacific Northwest peoples. Monumental art. The wealth generated by Pacific Northwest economies supported artistic traditions that produced some of the most impressive, monumental art created anywhere in North America. Totem poles, house posts, and ceremonial regalia weren't just decorative objects, but complex artistic works that combined technical mastery with sophisticated symbolic content to create art that served multiple cultural functions. Totem poles represented perhaps the highest achievement of Pacific Northwest artistic traditions, with master carvers creating monuments that could reach heights of over 100 feet while maintaining artistic coherence and structural integrity. These weren't just impressive sculptures, but complex narratives carved in cedar that told family histories, illustrated mythological events, and displayed hereditary privileges that validated chiefly authority. The technical skill required to create such monuments was extraordinary. Understanding wood properties, mastering carving techniques, and developing artistic vision capable of creating coherent compositions that remained impressive when viewed from ground level despite their enormous size. Master carvers served apprenticeships lasting decades and developed reputations that extended across hundreds of miles of coastline. House posts that supported the massive plank houses of Pacific Northwest chiefs were carved with figures representing family crests, legendary ancestors, and supernatural beings whose protection ensured the prosperity and security of the household. These structural elements served simultaneously as architecture, sculpture, and literature, transforming domestic spaces into galleries of masterpiece objects. Ceremonial regalia created for Pacific Northwest chiefs and nobles included some of the most elaborate and beautiful costumes ever developed by any culture. Carved masks, woven robes, and ornamental objects made from exotic materials demonstrated not just wealth, but artistic traditions that required years of training and access to materials gathered from across vast distances. Salmon management. The foundation of Pacific Northwest prosperity was sophisticated management of salmon resources that ensured abundance while maintaining the ecological health of river systems that supported both human communities and natural ecosystems. This wasn't just fishing, but complete resource management that demonstrated understanding of fish biology, watershed ecology, and sustainable harvesting techniques. Run timing was understood with precision that allowed communities to predict when different species of salmon would arrive at different locations, enabling them to plan harvesting activities, coordinate community labor, and prepare processing and storage facilities to handle the enormous quantities of fish that arrived during relatively brief periods. Preservation techniques allowed Pacific Northwest peoples to store thousands of pounds of salmon for use throughout the year, creating surplus wealth that supported complex societies and elaborate cultural traditions. Smoking, drying, and oil extraction methods preserved fish so effectively that properly processed salmon could be kept for years without spoilage. Resource conservation practices ensured that salmon runs remained productive over thousands of years of intensive harvesting. Fishing techniques, harvesting quotas, and seasonal restrictions were designed to allow adequate numbers of fish to reach spawning grounds, while still providing abundant food for human communities. Social stratification. Pacific Northwest societies developed some of the most complex social hierarchies found among non-agricultural peoples, with ranked societies that included distinct classes of nobles, commoners, and slaves. This wasn't just wealth inequality, but systematic social organization that governed every aspect of life from birth to death. Ranked societies were based on hereditary status that determined access to resources, political authority, and ceremonial privileges. Noble families controlled territories that might include dozens of salmon streams, berry patches and hunting grounds, while commoners provided labor and military service in exchange for protection and access to resources. Slavery systems involved people captured in warfare or acquired through trade, but Pacific Northwest slavery was different from plantation systems developed elsewhere. Slaves were often integrated into households where they might rise to positions of responsibility and respect, and slave status wasn't necessarily permanent or inherited by children. Wealth accumulation among Pacific Northwest elites reached extraordinary levels, with chiefs controlling resources that could support hundreds of people while maintaining personal possessions, elaborate canoes, ceremonial regalia, artistic works that represented years of skilled labor by master craftspeople. Artistic traditions. The prosperity of Pacific Northwest societies supported artistic traditions that reached extraordinary levels of technical mastery and aesthetic achievement. Carving mastery produced works that rank among the world's finest wood sculpture, with artists who understood material properties, tool techniques, and artistic principles that allowed them to transform raw cedar into works of incredible beauty and spiritual power. Textile weaving using mountain goat wool, cedar bark, and other materials created clothing and ceremonial objects that combined practical functionality with artistic beauty. The techniques for processing fibers, achieving different colors and textures, and creating complex patterns required years of training and produced textiles that were valued throughout Western North America. Ceremonial objects created for Pacific Northwest religious and political life included masks that could transform their wearers into supernatural beings, rattles that incorporated moving parts and hidden chambers, and regalia that told stories and displayed hereditary privileges through visual symbolism of extraordinary sophistication. Cultural complexity. Pacific Northwest cultures achieved levels of social and political complexity that rivaled agricultural civilizations, while maintaining economies based on hunting, fishing, and gathering. This non-agricultural civilization demonstrated that complex societies could develop without farming, challenging assumptions about the relationships between subsistence strategies and social organization. Resource abundance along the Pacific coast supported dense populations that lived in permanent villages, developed elaborate art traditions, and maintained political systems that governed territories and populations that rivaled agricultural chiefdoms in other regions. This abundance wasn't simply natural, but was enhanced by sophisticated management techniques that increased rather than depleted environmental productivity. Social sophistication among Pacific Northwest peoples included educational systems that preserved complex cultural knowledge, political institutions that managed intergroup relationships across vast distances, and economic systems that redistributed wealth while encouraging production and innovation. As 1492 approached, Native American civilizations had achieved something unprecedented in human history, a hemisphere of diverse, sophisticated societies living in relative harmony with their environment and each other. But unknown to them, this golden age was about to face its greatest test. By 1492, the Americas housed a population that would have astounded European observers if they had been able to comprehend its true scale. Conservative estimates suggest at least 15 million people lived north of Mexico, while some scholars argue the number may have reached 50 million or more, population densities that rivaled or exceeded those of many European regions. To put this in perspective, the entire population of Europe at the time was only about 70 million people, making North America one of the most densely populated continents on Earth. The demographic debates that continue today reflect just how successful these civilizations had become at supporting large populations. California alone may have housed over 1 million people, more than lived in all of England at the time. The Mississippi River Valley supported urban centers and dense farming populations that created landscapes as intensively managed as any in the medieval world. Even regions that seemed empty to later European explorers, like the Great Plains or the Arctic, supported substantial populations whose mobility and seasonal movements made them invisible to outsiders unfamiliar with indigenous land use patterns. Regional densities varied dramatically depending on environmental conditions and cultural adaptations. The Pacific Northwest coast, with its incredibly rich marine resources, supported some of the densest non-agricultural populations in human history, permanent villages housing thousands of people who lived entirely from fishing, hunting and gathering. River valleys throughout the continent supported agricultural populations that created settlement hierarchies rivaling European feudal systems, with major towns serving as regional centres for dozens of smaller farming communities. The southeast had become so densely populated that major ceremonial centres like Cahokia, Moundville and Atua functioned as genuine cities, complete with planned neighbourhoods, specialised craft districts, and administrative complexes that coordinated activities across vast territories. Even the challenging environments of the Southwest supported concentrated populations in Pueblo communities that represented some of the most successful desert adaptations in human history. Linguistic diversity. The cultural complexity of pre-Columbian North America is perhaps best illustrated by its incredible linguistic diversity. Over 1,000 distinct languages belonging to dozens of completely unrelated language families. This wasn't just regional variation within related tongues, but fundamental linguistic diversity that reflected thousands of years of independent cultural development across the continent. Some language families, like Algonquian or Iroquoian, spread across vast territories, indicating ancient migrations and cultural expansions that connected peoples across thousands of miles. Others, particularly in California and the Pacific Northwest, existed as isolated pockets representing unique cultural experiments that had developed in specific environmental niches over countless generations. The linguistic complexity went far beyond simple communication differences. Each language embodied unique ways of understanding and categorizing the world, different approaches to time, space, relationships, and reality that reflected distinct philosophical and cultural traditions. Some languages had incredibly complex verb systems that could express subtle distinctions about evidence, probability, and relationships that other languages couldn't capture. Others had elaborated vocabularies for specific environmental phenomena, dozens of words for different types of snow, rain, or plant growth that reflected precise adaptation to particular ecological conditions. Social organization. The diversity of social organization across pre-Columbian North America represented one of humanity's greatest experiments in different approaches to community life and governance. From small egalitarian hunting bands to complex state-level societies with elaborate hierarchies, North American peoples had developed virtually every form of social organization known to anthropologists. Band societies in the Arctic and some desert regions maintained small, flexible groups that could respond quickly to environmental changes while preserving individual autonomy and equality. These weren't primitive organizations, but sophisticated social systems perfectly adapted to environments where survival depended on mobility, cooperation, and the ability to make rapid decisions based on changing conditions. Tribal societies across much of the Great Plains and eastern woodlands had developed forms of governance based on consensus, kinship relationships, and situational leadership that maintained social cohesion across large territories while preserving individual freedom and community autonomy. The democratic innovations of groups like the Haudenosaunee created constitutional governments that influenced political development worldwide. Chiefdom societies in the Southeast and Pacific Northwest had developed complex hierarchical organizations that could coordinate large-scale projects, manage extensive trade networks, and maintain political relationships across vast distances. These weren't simply elite domination, but sophisticated governmental systems that provided services, security, and opportunities that benefited entire populations. Economic systems. The economic diversity of pre-Columbian North America encompassed virtually every subsistence strategy humans had ever developed, from Arctic hunting to intensive agriculture to complex marine resource management. This wasn't random variation, but carefully adapted economic systems that maximized the potential of specific environments while creating surplus wealth that could support complex cultural achievements. Foraging economies in regions like California and the Pacific Northwest had achieved levels of sophistication that supported dense populations, complex social hierarchies, and elaborate cultural traditions without any agriculture whatsoever. These peoples had learned to manage wild resources so effectively that their territories produced more food than many agricultural regions, while maintaining ecological diversity and environmental health. Agricultural systems had reached extraordinary levels of productivity and sustainability. The Three Sisters agriculture of eastern woodland and plains peoples created farming systems that maintained soil fertility, while producing surplus food that supported craft specialists, political leaders, and religious practitioners. Southwest farmers had developed techniques for desert agriculture that sustained large populations in environments that seemed barely habitable to outsiders. Trade networks connected these diverse economic systems in continental commerce that moved goods, ideas, and people across thousands of miles. Pacific coast shells appeared in Great Plains archaeological sites, while Great Lakes copper was worked into ornaments in the southeast. These weren't simple exchanges, but complex economic relationships that created interdependence and mutual benefit across vast distances. Cultural achievements. The cultural achievements of pre-Columbian North America rivaled those of any civilization in human history. Art traditions had produced works of incredible beauty and technical excellence, from the elaborate shell engravings and copper repoussé work of the southeast to the monumental totem poles and ceremonial masks of the Pacific Northwest. These weren't just decorative objects, but sophisticated artistic expressions that communicated complex cultural values and spiritual beliefs through visual symbolism. Architecture had reached levels of achievement that impressed later European observers and continue to amaze visitors today. The massive earthen pyramids of places like Cahokia and Moundville required engineering knowledge and organizational capabilities that rivaled ancient Egypt or Mesopotamia. The cliff dwellings of the Southwest demonstrated architectural innovations perfectly adapted to challenging environments. The longhouses of the Northeast created domestic spaces that supported complex social organization while maintaining individual privacy and family autonomy. Scientific achievements included astronomical knowledge that allowed precise tracking of celestial cycles, agricultural science that maintained soil fertility while producing abundant harvests, and medical knowledge that effectively treated diseases and injuries using natural materials and sophisticated understanding of human biology. These weren't folk traditions, but systematic knowledge that represented centuries of observation, experimentation, and refinement. Environmental harmony. Perhaps most remarkably, these diverse and numerous populations had achieved their success while maintaining environmental harmony that sustained both human communities and natural ecosystems for thousands of years. This wasn't accidental, but the result of conscious management practices that enhanced rather than depleted the environments that supported human life. Sustainable practices included controlled burning that maintained forest health, while creating productive landscapes for human use, hunting and fishing techniques that maintained wildlife populations while providing abundant food, and agricultural methods that improve soil fertility while producing reliable harvests year after year. Ecosystem management created landscapes that European explorers described as gardens, environments that seemed naturally abundant but were actually the products of sophisticated human management that increased biodiversity and productivity while maintaining ecological balance. The wilderness that Europeans encountered was actually a carefully managed landscape that supported millions of people while preserving natural beauty and ecological health. Conservation ethics embedded in indigenous cultures emphasized humans' responsibility to maintain the natural world for future generations, creating value systems that prioritize long-term sustainability over short-term gain. These weren't just practical considerations, but spiritual beliefs that recognize the interconnectedness of all life and humans' obligation to serve as caretakers rather than consumers of the natural world. Agricultural science. The agricultural systems developed by North American indigenous peoples represented some of humanity's greatest achievements in sustainable food production. The Three Sisters system, corn, beans, and squash grown together, wasn't just efficient farming but sophisticated agricultural science that understood plant biology, soil chemistry, and ecological relationships in ways that modern agriculture is only beginning to rediscover. The genius of Three Sisters agriculture lay in its recognition that plants could work together to mutual benefit rather than competing for resources. Cornstalks provided natural supports for bean vines, while beans fixed nitrogen in the soil that fed hungry corn plants. Squash plants spread between the rows, their broad leaves shading soil to retain moisture while their prickly stems deterred pests that might otherwise damage the crop. But this was just the beginning of indigenous agricultural innovation. Native farmers had developed hundreds of crop varieties specifically adapted to different environmental conditions. Corn that could mature in the short growing seasons of northern regions, beans that could survive drought conditions, squash that produced maximum nutrition in marginal soils. This plant breeding represented centuries of careful selection and genetic manipulation that created crops better adapted to North American conditions than anything European colonists would bring with them. Terraforming projects created agricultural landscapes that transformed entire regions. Southwest peoples built elaborate terrace systems that turned steep canyon walls into productive farmland while preventing erosion. Eastern woodland farmers created raised field systems in wetland areas that provided excellent drainage while maintaining soil fertility. Plains peoples managed grassland ecosystems through controlled burning that maintained the prairies while creating optimal conditions for both wild game and cultivated plants. Architectural innovation. The architectural achievements of pre-Columbian North America encompassed virtually every building challenge humans have ever faced, from Arctic survival shelters to monumental ceremonial complexes. These weren't primitive structures, but sophisticated buildings that demonstrated advanced understanding of engineering principles, material properties, and environmental adaptation. Earthen mounds like those at Cahokia and Moundville represented some of the largest construction projects ever undertaken in pre-industrial North America. These massive pyramids required moving millions of cubic feet of earth using only human labor, but they also demonstrated sophisticated engineering that prevented settling, controlled drainage, and created stable platforms for buildings that had to last for centuries. The cliff dwellings of Mesa Verde and other Southwest sites achieved perfect adaptation to challenging environments, using natural rock formations to create defensive architecture that provided protection from enemies while offering spectacular views and optimal climate control. The builders understood how to work with natural features rather than fighting against them, creating structures that seemed to grow from the living rock itself. Longhouses of the Northeast represented innovations in communal architecture that housed extended families while maintaining privacy and individual space. These buildings could be expanded as families grew, modified to meet changing needs, and constructed using entirely renewable materials that caused minimal environmental impact, while providing comfortable homes that could last for decades. Pueblo architecture in the Southwest created multi-story apartment complexes that housed hundreds of people while maintaining the community connections and ceremonial spaces that were essential to Pueblo culture. These buildings demonstrated understanding of load-bearing construction, ventilation systems, and urban planning principles that created livable cities in challenging desert environments. Tool technology. Indigenous tool technologies had achieved levels of sophistication that amazed European observers and continue to impress modern archaeologists and engineers. Stone knapping, the art of shaping stone into tools, had reached pinnacles of technical excellence that produced implements sharper than modern surgical steel and more durable than most metal tools. Master flint knappers could create spear points, knives, and specialized tools with edges only a few molecules wide, sharper than anything achievable with metal technology. The techniques required to produce such tools demanded years of training and understanding of stone properties that allowed craftsmen to predict exactly how rocks would fracture and shape them accordingly. Bone and antler working produced tools that combined strength, flexibility, and precision in ways that couldn't be achieved with other materials. Harpoon points designed for Arctic whaling, fish hooks carved from bone, and sewing needles made from bird bones demonstrated mastery of organic materials that created tools perfectly adapted to specific purposes. Woodworking reached extraordinary levels of sophistication, producing everything from massive ocean-going canoes carved from single logs to delicate ceremonial objects decorated with intricate designs. Indigenous woodworkers understood different wood species, seasoning techniques, and joining methods that created products both beautiful and functional. Copper working in the Great Lakes region produced some of the finest metalwork ever created in pre-Columbian North America. Despite having no iron tools, indigenous metallurgists created copper implements that were both harder and sharper than their European equivalents, using techniques for annealing, cold working, and alloying that wouldn't be rediscovered for centuries. Transportation technologies developed by North American indigenous peoples were perfectly adapted to the continent's diverse environments and travel requirements. These weren't just means of getting from place to place, but complete transportation systems that enabled trade, communication, and cultural exchange across vast distances. Canoe construction reached its highest development in the birchbark canoes of the Northeast and the massive cedar canoes of the Pacific Northwest. These vessels combined lightness with strength, speed with stability, and durability with repairability in ways that wouldn't be equaled until modern materials became available. A birchbark canoe could carry several people and their equipment across hundreds of miles of waterways while being light enough to carry around rapids and between watersheds. Snowshoes enabled winter travel across snow-covered terrain, transforming what might have been impassable landscapes into highways for people who understood how to move efficiently across frozen ground. Different snowshoe designs were developed for different snow conditions, from the large oval shapes used for deep powder to the narrow designs that worked best on packed snow or ice. Trail systems connected communities across thousands of miles, with carefully maintained pathways that followed optimal routes between water sources, through mountain passes, and around natural obstacles. These weren't random footpaths, but engineered transportation networks that enabled efficient travel and communication across entire regions. River navigation techniques allowed indigenous peoples to use North America's extensive waterway systems as highways for trade and communication. Understanding current patterns, seasonal water levels, and navigation hazards enabled river travel that connected communities from the Arctic Ocean to the Gulf of Mexico through interconnected watershed systems. Textile arts. Textile traditions across North America produced some of the finest fiber arts ever created, combining technical excellence with artistic beauty in ways that served both practical and ceremonial needs. These weren't simple crafts, but sophisticated technologies that transformed raw plant and animal fibers into useful and beautiful products. Weaving techniques varied dramatically across different regions and cultures, from the complex geometric designs of Southwest basketry to the elaborate ceremonial blankets of the Pacific Northwest. Each tradition represented generations of accumulated knowledge about fiber properties, dyeing techniques, and weaving methods that produced textiles perfectly adapted to local needs and aesthetic preferences. Basketry reached extraordinary levels of technical perfection, with containers woven so tightly they could hold water and vessels so beautiful they functioned as works of art. The techniques required to achieve such precision, understanding plant materials, mastering complex weaving patterns, and maintaining consistent tension throughout large projects, demanded years of training and represented one of humanity's highest achievements in fiber arts. Leatherworking transformed animal hides into everything from waterproof clothing to storage containers to artistic works decorated with elaborate designs. Indigenous leatherworkers understood tanning techniques, dyeing methods, and decorative applications that created products both durable and beautiful while making maximum use of valuable animal resources. Medical knowledge. Indigenous medical traditions represented sophisticated understanding of human biology, disease processes, and therapeutic treatments that effectively addressed health problems using natural materials and traditional techniques. These weren't just folk remedies, but systematic medical knowledge that had been tested and refined over centuries of practice, Herbal medicines included hundreds of plants whose medicinal properties were precisely understood and applied to specific health conditions. Indigenous healers knew which plants could reduce fever, which could help with digestive problems, which could serve as pain relievers, and which could treat more serious conditions. This knowledge was so effective that many modern pharmaceuticals are derived from plants originally identified and used by indigenous healers. Surgical procedures included everything from setting broken bones to performing delicate operations that required precise knowledge of human anatomy. Archaeological evidence shows that indigenous surgeons could successfully perform skull surgery, amputate limbs when necessary, and treat wounds in ways that promoted healing and prevented infection. Public health practices included community sanitation systems, quarantine procedures for infectious diseases, and preventive measures that maintained community health while minimizing the spread of illness. Indigenous communities understood the importance of clean water, proper waste disposal, and isolation of sick individuals in ways that prevented epidemic diseases and maintained public health. Cosmological understanding. The intellectual achievements of North American indigenous peoples included sophisticated understanding of astronomical phenomena, seasonal cycles, and cosmic patterns that rival the scientific knowledge of any contemporary civilization. This wasn't just casual observation, but systematic study that produced precise knowledge used for practical, ceremonial, and spiritual purposes. Astronomical knowledge enabled accurate prediction of eclipses, tracking of planetary movements, and recognition of celestial events that had spiritual and practical significance. Many indigenous communities built architectural features specifically designed to track astronomical phenomena. Openings in buildings that framed sunrise or sunset at solstices, stone circles that mark the positions of important stars, and ceremonial centers aligned to celestial events. Calendar systems based on astronomical observations coordinated community activities with natural cycles in ways that optimized agricultural timing, ceremonial schedules, and seasonal movements. These calendars were often more accurate than European systems of the same period, and demonstrated understanding of complex celestial mechanics that required generations of careful observation and mathematical calculation. The integration of astronomical knowledge with practical activities showed how indigenous peoples understood the connections between cosmic cycles and earthly phenomena in ways that informed everything from agricultural planning to ceremonial timing to navigation techniques. This wasn't separate from daily life, but fundamental knowledge that guided community decisions and individual actions throughout the year. Philosophical traditions. Indigenous philosophical systems developed complex understandings of ethics, social responsibility, and human relationships that emphasized harmony, reciprocity, and environmental stewardship in ways that created sustainable communities and peaceful coexistence. These weren't just abstract ideas, but practical philosophies that guided behavior and decision-making in ways that created successful societies. Harmony principles emphasized balance and cooperation rather than competition and domination, creating social systems that minimized conflict while maximizing community welfare. These philosophies recognized that individual success was meaningless without community prosperity, and that human welfare depended on maintaining proper relationships with both social and natural environments. Reciprocity ethics governed relationships between individuals, communities, and the natural world based on recognition that all life was interconnected and that taking from others, whether human or non-human, created obligations to give back in ways that maintained balance and sustainability. This created economic systems based on sharing and mutual support rather than accumulation and exploitation. Environmental respect was embedded in philosophical systems that recognized humans as part of rather than separate from natural systems, creating responsibilities to serve as caretakers and stewards rather than consumers and exploiters. These philosophies understood that human welfare depended on environmental health, and that maintaining natural balance was both practical necessity and moral obligation. Oral literature. The literary achievements of indigenous North America were preserved in oral traditions that included epic cycles, historical narratives, teaching stories, and ceremonial texts that rivaled the written literatures of other civilizations in their complexity, beauty, and cultural significance. These weren't simple folk tales, but sophisticated literary works that served multiple functions within their communities. Epic cycles told complete stories that might take days or weeks to perform in their entirety, featuring complex plots, developed characters, and sophisticated themes that explored fundamental questions about human nature, cosmic order, and proper behavior. These epics served simultaneously as entertainment, education, and spiritual instruction, preserving essential cultural knowledge while providing artistic experiences that strengthened community bonds. Teaching stories preserved practical knowledge about survival skills, social relationships, and cultural values in narrative forms that made important information memorable and engaging. These stories weren't just educational tools but complete learning systems that transmitted complex knowledge through entertaining and meaningful narratives that connected practical skills to cultural values and spiritual beliefs. Historical preservation through oral literature maintained community memory of important events, genealogies, and cultural changes that provided identity and continuity across generations. These historical traditions were often remarkably accurate, preserving detailed information about events that occurred centuries before European contact and providing insights into indigenous perspectives on historical processes. Ceremonial complexity. Indigenous ceremonial traditions achieved extraordinary levels of complexity and sophistication, combining spiritual practice, artistic expression, social organization, and cultural education in integrated systems that served multiple functions while creating experiences of profound meaning and beauty. These weren't just religious rituals but complete cultural institutions that maintained community cohesion and cultural continuity. Seasonal rituals connected human activities to natural cycles in ways that ensured community activities remained in harmony with environmental rhythms, while providing regular occasions for spiritual renewal, social interaction, and cultural education. These ceremonies marked important transitions in agricultural cycles, weather patterns, and community life while reinforcing cultural values and social relationships. Life transition ceremonies guided individuals through important changes: birth, coming of age, marriage, death, while helping communities integrate new members, recognize changing roles, and maintain social continuity across generations. These ceremonies weren't just personal celebrations but community events that reinforced social bonds, while marking important changes in individual and community life. Community celebrations brought together people from multiple settlements for elaborate festivals that might last for days or weeks, featuring artistic performances, competitive games, trade activities, and ceremonial observances that strengthened relationships between communities while celebrating shared cultural identity and values. Educational systems. Indigenous educational systems achieved remarkable success in transmitting complex cultural knowledge, practical skills, and social values across generations without written records or formal schools. These weren't primitive teaching methods but sophisticated pedagogical systems that created effective learning environments and produced knowledgeable, skilled community members. Traditional knowledge transmission used multiple teaching methods: observation, practice, storytelling, ceremonial instruction, that addressed different learning styles while ensuring that essential information was preserved and passed on accurately. Master practitioners in various fields took personal responsibility for training successors, creating mentoring relationships that ensured high-quality instruction and cultural continuity. Skill development programs guided young people through systematic learning processes that gradually built competence in essential activities: hunting, farming, crafts, spiritual practices, while teaching the cultural values and social responsibilities that came with adult roles. These programs weren't just job training but complete educational systems that created competent, responsible community members. Cultural continuity was maintained through educational systems that connected contemporary knowledge to ancestral wisdom, while allowing for innovation and adaptation to changing circumstances. These systems understood that culture must evolve to remain relevant while maintaining essential values and knowledge that provided identity and stability across generations. Artistic expression. Indigenous artistic traditions created symbolic systems, aesthetic principles, and cultural expressions that communicated complex ideas and values through visual, musical, and performative arts that served both practical and spiritual functions while creating experiences of extraordinary beauty and meaning. Symbolic systems embedded in artistic works communicated cultural knowledge, spiritual beliefs, and social relationships through visual languages that could convey complex information to viewers who understood their meanings. These weren't just decorative elements, but complete communication systems that preserved and transmitted essential cultural information through artistic expression. Aesthetic traditions developed sophisticated understandings of beauty, proportion, and artistic effectiveness that created works rivaling the finest art produced anywhere in the world. These traditions understood how visual elements, sounds, and movements could create emotional responses and spiritual experiences while communicating cultural values and beliefs. The integration of artistic expression with daily life created environments where beauty, meaning, and functionality combined to enrich human experience while reinforcing cultural identity and social cohesion. Art wasn't separate from life, but integral to all aspects of community existence, creating cultures where aesthetic achievement was valued alongside practical competence and spiritual wisdom. As we reach the culmination of this remarkable journey through ancient Native America, perhaps no achievement was more revolutionary than the political innovations that challenged everything the world thought it knew about governance and human organization. Across the continent, indigenous peoples had developed democratic traditions that wouldn't appear in European political thought for centuries to come, systems based on the radical idea that authority should flow from the people themselves rather than from divine kings or inherited nobility. Council governance formed the foundation of democratic practice in communities from the Arctic to the southwest. These weren't simple meetings, but sophisticated governmental processes that used carefully developed procedures to ensure all voices were heard, all viewpoints considered, and decisions made that truly reflected community will rather than the preferences of powerful minorities. The Haudenosaunee had perfected consensus-building techniques that could handle the complex business of governing a confederacy spanning hundreds of communities. Discussion continued until genuine agreement could be reached that satisfied all parties, creating decisions that had real popular support rather than mere compliance from defeated factions. This wasn't just idealism, but practical governance that created remarkably stable political systems. Representative systems emerged that made leaders accountable to the people they served, rather than ruling through inherited privilege or divine right. Chiefs, sachems, and other leaders were chosen by their communities based on their ability to serve effectively, and mechanisms existed for removing leaders who failed to meet community expectations. What made these democratic innovations truly revolutionary was their recognition that effective governance required active participation from all community members, not just elite classes. Women, elders, young people, and ordinary community members all had roles in political processes that shaped the decisions affecting their lives. Federal structures. Perhaps even more remarkable was the development of federal governmental systems that balanced local autonomy with larger political organization in ways that preserved community independence, while creating institutions capable of handling regional and international challenges. The confederacies that emerged across North America represented sophisticated experiments in voluntary association, based on shared values and mutual benefit rather than conquest and domination. The Haudenosaunee League, Cherokee Nation, Creek Confederacy, and other federal systems showed how independent communities could work together for common purposes while maintaining their distinct identities and local self-governance. Alliance systems connected these confederacies across vast distances, creating networks of mutual support and cooperation that could respond effectively to external threats while maintaining peaceful relationships between different peoples. These weren't military alliances based on fear and domination, but diplomatic relationships based on mutual respect and shared interests. Intertribal cooperation reached scales that connected peoples across thousands of miles in systems of trade, diplomacy, and cultural exchange that created stability and prosperity across entire regions. The ability to maintain such relationships across linguistic, cultural, and geographic boundaries demonstrated political sophistication that rivaled anything developed in the ancient world. Diplomatic protocols. The international relations conducted by indigenous nations created diplomatic traditions that amazed European observers and influenced the development of international law. These weren't crude tribal negotiations, but sophisticated diplomatic systems that could handle complex relationships between sovereign nations with different languages, customs, and interests. Peace treaties negotiated by indigenous diplomats established precedents for international relations based on mutual respect, recognition of sovereignty, and peaceful coexistence rather than conquest and exploitation. The Great Peace of Montreal in 1701, which involved 39 different nations, demonstrated diplomatic capabilities that European powers would struggle to match. Trade agreements created commercial relationships that moved goods across continental distances while maintaining peaceful relationships between peoples who might otherwise have been competitors or enemies. These agreements weren't just economic arrangements, but complete diplomatic frameworks that addressed territorial rights, dispute resolution, and mutual obligations. Conflict resolution mechanisms built into indigenous diplomatic systems could prevent warfare, heal grievances, and transform enemies into allies through patient negotiation, ceremony, and mutual understanding. The condolence ceremonies of the Haudenosaunee, the peace pipe protocols of Plains peoples, and similar traditions elsewhere created alternatives to violence that were both effective and humane. Legal systems. Indigenous legal traditions developed sophisticated approaches to justice that emphasized community harmony, restorative rather than punitive justice, and the maintenance of social relationships over the punishment of individual wrongdoers. These weren't primitive customs, but complete legal systems that effectively maintained order while preserving community cohesion. Customary law preserved in oral traditions provided frameworks for handling everything from property disputes to serious crimes in ways that addressed community needs while respecting individual rights. These legal traditions were often more flexible and responsive to local conditions than European legal systems based on written codes and royal authority. Justice procedures emphasized healing damaged relationships and restoring community harmony, rather than simply punishing offenders. Victims and their families were involved in determining appropriate responses to wrongdoing, creating outcomes that addressed real harm while reintegrating offenders into their communities. The focus on community harmony meant that legal systems were designed to strengthen rather than fragment social relationships, creating approaches to justice that built trust and cooperation rather than fear and resentment. Women's authority. Perhaps the most revolutionary aspect of many indigenous political systems was the central role played by women in governance and decision-making. This wasn't token representation, but real political power that gave women authority over the most important community decisions. Matrilineal systems in many indigenous societies meant that political authority, property rights, and social status passed through the female line, giving women control over resources and political relationships that European women wouldn't achieve for centuries. Clan mothers among the Haudenosaunee, for example, selected and could remove the chiefs who represented their communities in confederate councils. Political power exercised by indigenous women included not just influence, but direct authority over decisions about war and peace, resource allocation, and leadership selection. This authority was based on recognition that women's roles as mothers and nurturers gave them special insight into community welfare and long-term interests. Social leadership by women extended beyond formal political roles to encompass religious authority, economic control, and cultural preservation that made women central to all aspects of community life. This created societies where gender complementarity rather than male dominance characterized social organization. Environmental governance. Finally, indigenous political systems had developed sophisticated approaches to environmental governance that treated natural resources as community assets to be managed for long-term sustainability rather than private property to be exploited for short-term gain. Resource management systems allocated hunting territories, fishing areas, agricultural land, and gathering sites according to traditional agreements that prevented overuse while ensuring equitable access to necessary resources. These systems were so effective that they sustained large populations for thousands of years without environmental degradation. Territorial agreements between different communities created frameworks for sharing resources, preventing conflicts, and coordinating management activities across vast landscapes. These weren't just property arrangements, but complete environmental management systems that maintained ecological health while meeting human needs. Conservation practices embedded in indigenous governance systems created legal and social obligations to protect natural resources for future generations, establishing principles of environmental stewardship that are only now being recognized as essential for human survival. By 1492, Native American civilizations had achieved something unprecedented in human history. A hemisphere where over 100 million people lived in over 1,000 distinct societies, speaking as many languages, governing themselves through political systems that range from intimate band councils to sophisticated confederacies that would inspire modern democracy. They had created cities larger than London, pyramid mounds that rivaled Egypt's greatest monuments, and trade networks that moved goods across distances European merchants could barely imagine. They had developed agricultural systems so productive and sustainable that they still feed the world today. Corn, potatoes, tomatoes, beans, squash, and dozens of other crops that now provide over half of all human nutrition. Their medical knowledge saved lives with treatments European physicians wouldn't discover for centuries. Their architectural achievements created buildings that have stood for over 1,000 years. Their artists produced masterpieces that rank among humanity's greatest cultural treasures. Most remarkably, they had achieved all this while maintaining such harmony with their environment that European explorers described a continent that seemed like a vast, carefully tended garden. From the Arctic to the Amazon, from Atlantic to Pacific, they had proven that humans could live in prosperity, create magnificent civilizations, govern themselves with justice and wisdom, and do it all while serving as caretakers rather than destroyers of the natural world that sustained them. This was humanity's greatest experiment in civilization. Diverse, sustainable, democratic, and beautiful. As you drift into peaceful sleep, carry with you this epic story of humanity's most remarkable achievement. From brave Ice Age pioneers crossing frozen continents 15,000 years ago, to architects building pyramid cities, to philosophers creating the world's first constitutional democracies, the ancient Native Americans proved what humans could accomplish when wisdom guided their ambitions. Their legacy lives on in the foods we eat, the medicines that heal us, the democratic principles that govern us, and the environmental wisdom we desperately need today. They showed us that progress doesn't require the destruction of nature, that prosperity doesn't demand inequality, and that human societies can be both sophisticated and sustainable. Rest now in the knowledge that our species once achieved such harmony between human ambition and natural wisdom. Their story reminds us what's possible when we remember that we are part of, not separate from, the living world that sustains us all.